while the guy is still in the suit?
Yeah, I'm assuming it's like a weaker acid. It's like a...
That's eating through the suit.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm pretty sure they wouldn't like just put like hydrochloric acid, just dump it all over the guy. Like, it's obviously like very toned down acid. It's not gonna kill the guy.
Now I just think of that scene. That scene. I forgot what his name. He used Magma Dragon for the first time.
Who?
And Build.
Build. I don't. It's been a while since I've seen Build comment. Oh.
I forgot.
Oh, cross magma.
Magma.
I thought you were referring to. Gundam Build. I was like, oh, you meant.
No.
Okay.
I just got mad at that scene where it's like after he used it, he's just like hot, suit hot.
Yeah.
I just kind of imagine after they're done shooting, he was the guy in the suit be like hot, it burns, get it off,
get it off me. Ah. Probably something like that. Who knows? And then again, I'm pretty sure now for like a smoke effect, they could use like dry ice?
Yeah.
But it's not the same anymore.
Yeah, but it's safer. What's safer? Just put some, rub some dry ice on the suit so that way, it gets off a smoke effect, or let's pour acid.
But it's not as cool.
But it's safer. And less dangerous for the suit actor.
Yeah, but Changus, that's not very cash money.
I will determine what is cash money. Alright. Hold on, real quick. Let me just check real quick.
Did someone say cash money?
Cash money!
Cash money!
Cash money! Do. Alright. Alright, looks like everything is good. Okay. Not many people are here, so you know what? That means we'll just rely on the replays on YouTube. Alright. So, alright, well that's it then. Welcome. It's another podcast night. We're doing the 2 Cents Live in Brazil. Well, we're not actually in Brazil, but I wish we were. So yeah, so that's what we'll be doing. We're in Brazil.
We're technically still in the airport. Unfortunately, someone forgot to book the hotel.
I thought you said you were gonna book the hotel.
No, that was your job. I got the plane tickets.
But didn't you? No. Didn't you say though in Messenger you're gonna get the hotel?
No. Oh, I got the plane tickets. You were supposed to do hotel.
Oh man, I'm sorry, man. I didn't know I screwed up. Dang. Well, I guess we're stuck at the airport.
This trip sucks.
My favorite part of that Smiley Friends episode is you predicted that it would end up like that. You just straight up said, and wouldn't it be great if just the whole episode they were just stuck in the airport?
It wasn't even that they were just stuck, but the whole episode was like them like going through like TSA, like all the airport, and like the ending would be like, all right, Brazil, and then just snap cuts to the credits. But the whole episode, I predicted they're gonna be at the airport. It's just the airport part of the trip. But I was right.
I love Smiley Friends. It's just, oh man, Charlie, I'm sorry. I you were gonna book the hotels. No, man, no. Yeah, I yes, but we're in Brazil. Brazil, beautiful country. I mean, you have to stay in certain parts, and then you'll be safe. But other than that, beautiful country.
It's a wonderful country. Like it's got lovely, lush vegetation. It's great looking from the bird's eye view. Christ the Redeemer is a pretty cool looking statue.
Yeah.
They got a good dude.
Unfortunately, after that 1 year with that whole massacre, after when somebody put up the pride flag, it was never the same.
Wow, I didn't know Jesus supported gay rights. Wow, that's very inclusive of Jesus. Good job for Jesus. Very inclusive.
My man Jesus, he's always he's always progressive.
He's always about the current era of politics.
Guys, we'll be fine in Rio as long as we don't upset the Boppy.
What's the Boppy?
The Boppy is their police.
Ah.
They're very aggressive. A very aggressive police with a very silly name.
Aggressive? What? Like, what? They're on like a cartel's payroll or anything like that? Is that why? Ah, that doesn't seem right.
It's their patch insignia, Changus, is a skull with a knife through it.
Oh, are we the baddies?
Hey, at least it's not a three-headed dog.
Three-headed dog?
I'm not trying to take the three-headed dog.
Are you sure? Because the guys with the three-headed dog are these folks.
Aw, come on, they can't be that bad.
Hold on, game.
But yeah, so we're doing the. Oh, this is the unofficial Brazil special. It just, well, you'll see why we decided we're set in Brazil. You'll see why.
Because it's beautiful out here, Changus. It's a wonderful, green, lush, beautiful dystopia.
Ah.
And
oh no, the worst of dystopias, bureaucracy.
Essentially, the guys with the guy with the three-headed dog are these guys.
Oh, I'm sure they're fine. Don't worry about it.
Those don't exist. Because Germany did in World War II.
But yeah, so we're gonna be talking about Brazil and the Spanish talking cats and all that stuff, and how Hispanics are usually the best people to survive in Cyberpunk. I watch Edge Runners. I know that's a fact now. The best people to survive in a cyberpunk dystopia are Hispanics. So, yeah. So we could.
Hey, Magic.
Changish, have you finished Edge Runners?
I have. I know what happens.
Then you really know that the people who survive Cyberpunk is the Polish.
The Polish. Ah.
And the waifus.
Yeah, but David needs a win. He really needs that W.
Well, it's his fault for taking all those machine parts.
Well, he needed a W. Let David Martinez have his win. Let him have his W. He needs it. No, some people just need a W.
All we need is a Super Robot War style game where we can have Cyberpunk 2077 Edge Runners in there, and then we can save.
Well, they did. It's possible they did put in Yamato and Bebop
and Cowboy Bebop
and Godzilla
and Godzilla
and
the Godzilla
and Super Sentai.
Yeah, but Godzilla and Super Sentai were mobile exclusive though. They're on the mobile game though.
For now.
I guess for now, but even then, it's like they're only on the mobile versions. So I'm fiddling
And
around.
Devilman.
Oh, yeah, and Devilman also showed up in Super Robot Wars. He fought alongside Mazinger. That was neat. So yeah, so that's what we're gonna be talking about. We're gonna talking about all that stuff tonight. So real quick, how's everyone doing? What you guys been up to?
I'm assembling one of my Space Marines models to be used. I'm making a new kill team based on my favorite chapter in 40K, the Dark Angels.
The Dark Angels. Are they angels? But
They're
dark?
named after they're named Dark Angels from a poem about a guy coming out as gay.
Is that true?
And guess what?
Yes.
Yes. And also their base, The Rock, is named after a gay bar.
Wow, I'm learning new stuff.
Oh, and they're very secretive.
And that's the secret.
They're homosexuals.
That's the joke.
No.
The guy who wrote the poem was named Lionel Johnson.
Okay, you're
Is
going
Lion
that.
L. Johnson.
Okay, that's it. You're both just screwing with me.
I'm not.
No, we're not. No, we're not.
Look it up. It's actually true.
Yeah.
No.
Apparently, they named The Rock after a gay bar that was near the studio they were developing, the old GW
Alright,
studio.
alright.
I'm looking it up.
That's honestly amazing to
Bring
hear.
me an actual link.
You heard the man. Send him the link, and he could fact check you. He's going to fact check you. Oh man, not the fact checkers. Oh gosh. So I'm fiddling around with my RX-78 right now, even though it's just an upper torso. He's really fun actually. Look at him go. Look at Amuro go. Whoosh, whoosh. All right. So that's it then. It'll be pretty much jumping right into the podcast and our topics and stuff. So real quick, as usual, for housekeeping,
Streaming backroom.
in the back room. Oh, look at that, Lionel Johnson. Look at that. There you go.
In 1893, Johnson published what some consider his greatest work, Dark Angel.
Dark Angel. Count
Okay.
Lionel. Uh-oh. Wait on.
Oh.
That was the most disappointed I've heard from you, John. You're like, oh.
Screw you. Screw you. Okay, what? Okay.
Oh.
I'll get
no.
used to it.
My favorite
Oh,
chapter was
and-
named after a gay guy. Oh no. Was that implied there, Najano? John, what you got
also-
against?
One more.
Fun fact, Lionel Johnson, the primary to Dark Angels, is named after a gay 19th century poet who wrote the poem called Dark Angel. The Rock, the Dark Angel Fortress, is named after a gay bar where the GW team used to gather and presumably do a hella coke. There are people who unironically use hella, and that bothers me on a fundamental level.
Just like your head everything.
How you enjoying this revelation, Ninjato?
Well, we live in the universe of Life is Strange.
All right. You know what?
No, but that game has fucking ruined the word hella for me, so every time I hear it now, I just can't go but help
It's
but die
amazing
inside.
that you didn't
Yeah.
bring up this yet.
Yeah, I understand. Chingus, it's hella bad.
Thank you,
Alright,
Comet.
you know what? I got.
I've seen
Thank you,
someone
Comet.
use the worst. I've seen someone use the word hizzy unironically once.
What the fuck
Hey,
is Hizzy?
Hey, Changus, be ready. Be ready to show this on stream.
What? Okay.
not-
Look at
be
streaming
closer.
back room.
Oh, fuck you. That's disgusting. Just fucking toy
Isn't that what's her name? Isn't that the wolf character? Like the wolf character from Hell of a Boss?
I don't know. It's just that's just
Please delete
ridiculous.
that.
Yes.
No, first
Yes,
show it
it's a
on
lo-
stream. And
I'm not showing. I'm not showing it on
Oh.
stream. That's a little. I don't know. I don't know about that. I don't know
if
if I
you're
want
gonna
to
show that on stream, Ninjato, I want you to read the poem "The Dark Angel" on stream.
All right. How about if we don't show any of that stuff on stream and we continue on?
Jeff, what'd you do when white people stole your culture? Well, we black people just always tried to stay out in front of them. How did you do that? Well, like with our slang, black people used to say, "I'm in the house" instead of "I'm here," but then white people started to say, "In the house," so we switched it in the his house. His house became his house. The white people started saying that, and we changed it to hizzy, then in the hizzle, and which we had to change to hizzle for shizzle, and now because white people say hizzle for shizzle, we have to say flippity floppity floop. We don't have all time for that, Chef. Of all these queer eye for the straight guy people understood what they were doing. Wait, that's it! I know exactly what to do. Come on, Mr. Slave, let's go back to our flippity floppity floop. Oh no, damn it, don't call that!
I'm sorry you're just having to learn about this, Ninjato, but I'm surprised you didn't know already.
I didn't look.
Floppy floop.
I enjoyed the lore. I don't look at the behind the scenes shenanigans.
Come on, let's go back to our flippity floppity floop. No, don't say that.
Oh, damn it, no, don't say that! Come on, Subway! Let's go back to our flippity floppity floop! Ah, no, damn it, don't call it that!
Jengus, remember remember the post about the word, the phrases, phrases white people say.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like white people need to stop saying these things. Here's what they should be saying.
By gee golly, welcome to what white folks say.
Oh golly gee, that's no good.
Well, we're talking like Iron right now?
Golly gee, I could use me some mayonnaise sandwiches.
I think it's my favorite thing to come out of that whole
Hey,
thing.
Bobby, look, I am white person. Hello.
Hello.
I need some. Do any of you have this thing gluten free? And I need to do my taxes.
I need to pull up.
Where's my credit card?
Where's my credit card? Bobby, look, I'm white person. I think I need to use my credit card.
Do any of you have this thing gluten free?
You have
No.
this gluten free.
No, I don't have it, but I have it in go to binocle.com. Ask your parents for permission.
You should go to binocle.com. Ask your parents' permission before going online first. Thank you for reminding me,
look-
Indian channel. You're right. Everyone should go to binocle.com. Is that right, Nick?
Yes, indeed. We should all go to bioclestory.com. Ask your parents' permission first, though.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I miss those commercials.
I know. Oh, hey, Chelsea.
Huh?
Sorry, I'm late.
Not just the
Oh,
Bible, but
Chelsea, don't be sorry. It's fine. No need to apologize. It's all right. If anyone's late, it's okay. Don't worry. All right. So, all right. But as I was,
78. Where on earth is 78?
I have no idea what you're talking about. All right.
I'm looking through sprues of Warhammer, trying to find a.
Warhammer has sprues?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's how you assemble the model. So
Huh.
all the models, they come in sprues,
Oh.
and they're not color coded.
Oh gosh, they're not color coded. Oh no. Yeah, but don't worry, Chelsea. Don't apologize. All right, so with that said, then let's get on with our topics of the night, cause we got quite a bit to talk about in the spirit of Brazil and Spanish, mostly,
Well,
and all that.
I'm gonna have to stop you right there, Changus. Because technically, I mean, we're lucky we might not get Brazilians on this because Brazilians are Portuguese.
Oh,
They're
Yeah.
not Spanish.
well, my bad. I should
So they're European,
European.
which I'm not sure if is better or worse.
I don't know. Maybe depends on the country from
Hello?
Europe.
Hello.
Oh, did you get what I'm saying? I'm sorry.
No, I did.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I heard you. Don't worry. Alright, so, with that said then, real quick, let's do the housekeeping and all that. So just as a usual reminder, all these streams will be archived onto YouTube. So, you could check out my YouTube channel and all that. You can also check out my co-host YouTube channels as well.
Oh. Oh my goodness, Nick!
Oh yeah, that's pretty good, Nick.
With Nick, there's always a Family Guy reference to quote. All right, but besides that, so you can follow me and my co-hosts on their, our respective YouTube channels and stuff, and you can also follow me on Twitter. You could check out our Discord, public Discord server, or to for schedules, updates, and all that. And also, if you look at the top left corner of your screen, even though we already did reach our monthly goal, if you are feeling generous, you can and you still can tip through the Stream Elements tip jar link. So, and all those links are going to be in the about section and all that. And if you're watching on the replays on YouTube, it's in the description. Oh, what were you gonna say, Nick?
Huh?
I thought you were gonna say something.
Huh?
Oh, because I heard you say my name. I was like, I heard like Chang is like, oh, what's going on?
That's it. That's just your past coming to haunt you.
Oh, I see. All right. So with that said, then we will be moving on with our topics. I'm actually really enjoying this masquerade right now. I'm fiddling around with this in my hand, and because I just need something to fiddle with my hands right now. It's like, oh man, this RX-78 is coming along nicely, if I do say so myself. Got Bill and Amro some legs next week. All right. So with that said, then. So speaking of Hispanics, let's talk about the game that does not have a Hispanic guy in it. Or I don't know, maybe you can make him Hispanic when you customize your character. So we're talking about Cyberpunk. Again, if I had a nickel for every time we talked about Cyberpunk on stream, I'd have 2 nickels. Which isn't a lot, but it's interesting it happened twice.
Well, the first one was a first impression.
Alright. So now that you've finished the game, what do you think?
Yeah. So I had a lot more glitches this time. A lot more crashes.
Oh.
By the time I finished the game, it was pretty frequent as the game went on.
Uh-oh.
It was annoying, but it wasn't. It's just one of those things. It happened.
Oh.
So in terms of stability, that's why it's still. I'm not sure if you have to be check your PC specs.
All right.
I think if you want to stream that game.
I do want to stream it sometime soon. Like
Yes.
sometime in the future. That would be nice.
But so the thing I will say this: the strongest suit of the game are the side missions and the gameplay loop. The parts of the game I really enjoyed was like near the end of my playthrough and the beginning.
Okay.
Mainly because at the beginning you already know what areas you can and can't go to. So you had freedom to just explore what you can, and then at the end you are powerful enough to just tackle any of the area you want without any worries about it.
All right.
But in the middle, the gameplay is very close to is pretty much a looter shooter.
All right.
Which is like games like Borderlands.
Okay. Never played that game.
Essentially, each gun has stats.
All right.
And essentially, yeah. And, you know, you level up and you get stronger guns over time. So you do have to switch out guns at some point to get to be more efficient with your kills and stuff.
All right.
But the world is very engrossing. Like, it is. It's not perfect if you're autistic enough to look into every nook and cranny of the world, you'll find obvious holes.
Okay.
Where they cut corners to, and like because like the PCs are not animated in a way to go where they have like their own lives, they're just moving about, and the cars stop, and even like the traffic lights, sometimes just always go green. When you drive. Driving cars suck.
Oh.
I hate it. And I was playing with keyboard and mouse. They're uber sensitive.
All right.
Well, the problem with the car in general is just it never stops moving.
Huh.
Yeah. But the bikes are awesome. Bikes were are a lot better. So, my recommendation on travels: ditch car, use bikes. A lot of this. So the highlight of the game, in terms of story and general gameplay, are the side missions. And they're not so much the other stuff. This game also has the modern gaming problem of too much bloat.
Okay.
And what I mean by that, they're full of side missions.
All right.
That are just filler.
Huh.
They're just an activity. It's like you know how you're playing through Arkham City, right?
Yeah.
It's like the Titan tank containers, except they're more combat arenas.
Okay.
But they're all over the map. And the map is like 3 times as big as Arkham City.
They made a giant map, but they didn't put enough meaningful content, so they just put a few combat arenas and just decided whatever.
Huh. Okay.
Yeah, it's because it's a modern open world thing. Is that because the perception is that if you don't, people are going to be mad of an open world game that doesn't have a lot of content in it.
Huh.
So there's your catch-22, but
version Cyberpunk, big map, filled with nothing content. Chad Elden Ring, ginormous map, all the content.
All the content.
It's best to have both, really.
Yeah.
If you can't have both, have them. But don't overreach.
All right.
So yeah, but the side missions. The main missions is okay.
Okay.
Main side quest is okay. Johnny Silverhand was a good character. Was well done, and now I associate Keanu Reeves with this game, because it's probably the only other
really good
Keanu
film.
Reeves movie I have seen of him, and is Bill and Ted, and I don't like Bill and Ted.
Wait, have you not seen The Matrix?
No,
Have you seen John Wick?
no, and
Let me
that's
see
the one
John Wick sometime.
I'd rather watch
That's a
John
fun
Wick.
movie.
John Wick is fun.
I'd rather go to watch John Wick than The Matrix.
Fair.
Oh, all right. I think the first Matrix though is pretty fun.
I am not going to dispute the quality of the movies. I just wasn't we weren't allowed to watch it when we were growing up, but by the time I was old enough to watch it, I didn't care.
Ah.
Like the fad passed over me.
All
My
right.
older brother got it though. So,
Hey, nice.
and
Alright.
the plot it has some interesting stuff. I chose the corporate path, and the corporate path is like one of the better paths in the game.
Okay.
Other than like Nomad and Street Kid everyone does.
All right.
Yeah. But anyway, main plot's okay. I found the side content the best part though. There's so much cool stuff, interesting, like they range from just cool missions to do, like Rivers, which is basically a noir detective story,
It's
All
a
right.
fucked up one too.
and then it ends with you playing a kid's game with his niece and nephew.
All
The whole
right.
thing. Rivers is a bro, and then you had a mission involving a criminal who became a born-again Christian who volunteered to be in a brain dance, which is basically the next generation of video, where you put on a headset and you actually experience pre-recorded stuff. And he was gonna do on a brain dance of the Passion of Christ, which involves killing him.
Oh.
He had to be crucified physically.
Oh.
And yeah, that was such an interesting choice, like, because you get to see him going to like the mother of one of the victims he killed. You were hired by one of the victims, and he ended up getting killed off. Like your employer got killed off during the missions, or you could have killed the person without cause. Well, no, with cause. You were hired. You could just kill him.
Wait, so is he just general butt naked? Is he just general butt naked? Or is it just after all the heinous stuff he did, he turns to Christ and then like he's going around to like, all the victims, just like that one guy in the wheelchair, just how are you doing, my brother?
He actually goes. He was asking for forgiveness and didn't say. He instead.
Okay.
He did leave, and then, in fact, he's more of like overridden with guilt, and you could argue he was becoming insane with guilt.
Oh. So he's not gonna go to the guy who he shot in the legs and had to get them amputated. How are you doing, my brother?
Well, I like with general butt naked. I am kind of wary by like doing quick judgment of whether his faith is genuine or not, because you never know.
Alright. Well, it's not really a questioning his faith. It's just I just find it just that reaction so hilarious. Just it goes to the guy who he harmed. Just how are you doing? And the guy in the wheelchair with no legs just looks at him like daggers. Like, how the fuck do you think I'm doing? Absolute mad lad. But back to Cyberpunk. So you gotta help this guy perform Passion of the Christ 2, crucified this.
Well, just the first one.
Ah.
And you could try to talk him out of it.
All right.
On that, but I didn't.
Passion of the Christ 2.
I actually went through with it.
Oh, interesting.
Because they kind of was trying to play Veep more as like an agnostic.
Okay.
To fit more with the setting of California.
Alright. I mean, not everyone's here atheist.
I'm not saying they're atheists, they just Californians have like a certain are not I would not it's much like up here in New England.
Alright.
They have a certain like coastal arrogance.
Hmm. Okay, now that I understand. Yeah.
Yeah, and anyway, so and plus my character was from Corp, so so doing shady stuff was fun. But anyway, I did have a struggle between who my waifu of the game would be between Pan Am and Judy, and then Magic told me
The game
Judy
settled it for you.
Yeah,
The game settled it for you. Ah.
because Judy is a lesbian.
Huh.
You know, they actually had what was it called?
There was actually in the files there are male romancing options. They
Ooh.
I thought of something messed up.
What?
Judy is a lesbian. Give me 5 minutes. She won't be for long.
Oh my gosh.
You see, Nick is quoting the modders.
Oh my. The modders in Cyberpunk?
Yeah, they're so Cyberpunk is blessed by a really great mod community because they are the ones who help reinforce the structure, the very buggy and unfinished structure.
Yeah. Also, so Chinggis, I want you to pick between these two women, and everyone, don't tell him which character is which.
Okay, let me see. I despise that haircut so much. I find that haircut absolutely disgusting. The fucking half shave.
Right.
It's repulsive.
I just want to interject. Aside from the haircut, I generally think Pan Am is just more attractive than Judy. But I think that's just my taste in woman.
I don't know. I'm just that haircut is already just a huge turnoff to me. It's just I find that just an absolutely disgusting haircut. Why shave half your head off? Just wear normal hair, or just shave it all off. I would very much rather you shave all your hair off so you look like Ripley from Alien 3 than the fucking half shave.
Yeah,
Yeah, exactly.
My thing with the hat shave is It's unsymmetrical. Either shave both sides off or shave none off.
It's just
Okay, so here's a funny thing, Chengus.
okay.
You know what genre popularized that?
Cyberpunk.
Yeah, and you want to know why? They have an in-universe lore for it.
Okay.
Because in universe, you hook into machines there's ports. If you notice on our head,
oh, so it's easier to connect. Okay.
Yeah, or to put chips in. So
Actually, you know what would be
So-
even better
You can
haircut?
style that better.
You know what would be even better haircut? If you shave like both sides and you got like sort of like this mohawk going on or whatever, or like just like a tuft of hair on top. That already is infinitesimally better than the half shave. In my
Maybe
opinion.
like have it go down, put it in a braid or something.
Something like that. Just a half shave is just, I hate it.
well, I like both because their personalities are super well written characters.
Personality is not going to stop me from hating your haircut.
Not also in terms of personality, I think Pan Am's better.
Look, I like both. So
Your waifu's shit, Ninjato.
I like both.
We're having a
It was
waifu
actually
war here. Okay.
I was about to do the store is closing in 5 minutes, and then Magic just says, "Oh yeah, you can only get this." Okay, fine, good. The game chose for me, and I did it because I didn't want to go through mods. But anyway, like the characters are so well written. There's all the. Let me see. What was the quest that? So the Christian, the prisoner who became born again Christian was one that hit me hard. The whole arc about Johnny Silverhand was really good because it's like on the last third of the game you get the chance to you basically fulfills Johnny's last wish, and the way you do it is you take drugs to have Johnny take over the body temporarily, and includes reconnecting to an old flame of his, and then also reassemble his old rock band.
Huh.
What?
What was that? Were you saying something, Joe?
Nick, what did you say?
I didn't say anything. I didn't really say anything relevant to this.
Okay. I thought it was one of yours, like, oh, I gotta say this. I gotta make a joke.
I'm just funny thought of USB-C ports to the back of people's heads. That's pretty funny.
Yeah, Dream On. Ooh, you help with a politician, which is part of the Rivers quest. Like the first part is solving like this political murder, but then Dream On is like that same politician who was on the run to become mayor and leading mayor. You find out after like a break-in, you find out that the security company he was working with was screwing with him and his wife's minds.
Oh.
And it implies that it's all work of an AI, and you were given two choices. Tell him the truth, and he basically becomes Alex Jones, paranoid to no end, including his own wife, who he loves, and she loves him, and because she has some knowledge of what's going on.
All right.
Or you lie.
Did you lie?
Yes.
Live in blissful ignorance.
Yes, because I know one important point. My character will not be a Night City to stop. What?
I didn't.
You told the truth?
You asshole.
Yeah.
You asshole.
That's kind of funny.
You'd rather live. You'd rather have him live like that.
Live in blissful.
I mean, it's bad either way, but
They're both bad. Like, oh look, you have one where you basically he wrecks his own life.
I mean, or you don't see the end of it,
or
there's. Sorry.
Well, you can have either, he is potentially, his life is potentially wrecked, and they might take care of him, as it were, or he could be a political puppet, literally.
He might be taken care of. He might get out of it. But you know what's happening with the other one. I mean, there's no way he's gonna get messed over long term with the lying to him.
Oh. Wow. Both are terrible options.
Yes.
Or you can go with the third option.
Oh, what's the third option?
Never complete the quest.
Never completed was just
It's but yeah, there's so many. It's such a fun, good game on the side quests. They're the real highlight, and the choices are not there. It's not like a very much of an impact where choices impact the entire game.
Okay.
It's just, but there are still a lot of meaningful choices where it presents an actual conundrum where you actually have to think for a second. Instead of, oh, this is the obviously good option. And this is the obviously bad option. Like, so there's this quest in the main line where you go to this group called the Voodoo Boys.
The Voodoo Boys, ooh.
Yeah, and they're they're a gang that inspired by Haitian culture, and there are a bunch of net runners, basically hackers in this world. And they hire you because you want to meet with their leader because it's related to the main quest. And you knew that these guys used a woman who hired you to do a certain task, and they were partially responsible for her getting killed. Her committing suicide, technically. By various. But you got the. They hired you unknowingly to go and infiltrate this facility, which is where a gang was hired by a group called Netwatch. Which is essentially, imagine a firewall company who also has a lot of guns.
Fun.
Imagine if your ISP is also a government-funded task force.
Oh.
So Comstar for BattleTech.
Oh.
So they gave you a device to upload into their net and to track you. And what happens if when you complete the quest, you get up to the guy, and the guy offers you two things. He reveals to you that they actually put a virus in you that could kill you after you complete your task. So you're given two choices. You can either go along with the Voodoo Boys and take the guy out or kidnap him, whatever, or you have Netwatch clean you up And basically what happens is that they planted something else to be a counter intelligence thing on the Netrunner on those voodoo boys when they go into the black wall, because their main goal is to get over this black wall, which goes into the corporate net. So Netwatches guards the internet in the city from this crazy wild west of the internet because it got blown up one time.
The internet blew up one time.
Yeah, because of a virus, and it caused world consequences. It happened in in the 2020s.
Well, there we go. Just remember, everyone, the internet's gonna blow up sometime. Oh man, looks like Y2K really did happen. Just happened later than we thought it would.
Yeah, and so what happened? Basically, he puts the virus detects them, and then the AI who they were contacting is forced to purge them, aka kill them. So you end up killing him. So your choice is that. I chose to screw over the voodoo boys.
Alright. How'd that go?
Because they're dead.
Oh.
Though my character had a conscious weighing on top of them, even though.
Oh, hey, Ray.
Yeah, there was a fun side quest where you had to drive a clown around who has a grenade for a nose. You just drove him in one place to get food. He just has to be drove to one place, and he didn't tell you that was planning to shoot up the place.
Oh. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Oh. Sounds fun.
Oh yeah, it's very fun. The main thing about it's more the RPG elements that gets in the way a bit, mainly in the middle. I think it should, if they had some way to make progression, maybe have some other way to limit the places you can explore and do stuff without resorting to level gaining. Or make rewards for taking out enemies better.
Alright.
And or if you go into the higher levels, don't get killed. Have it so you don't die within 2 shots.
Alright.
But that's it on that front in terms of gameplay. And also if this had more time in the oven, it would have been more refined. Wouldn't be.
It definitely needed
more time.
It needed a smaller vision. In my opinion, they had too much. They flew too close to the sun. With an ambition.
Either that, or they should have done what Witcher 3 did.
All right.
And have just one really long, really good main story.
All right.
Or have the side quest feels like it's part of the main quest. As of right now, if you incorporate the side quest into the main quest, it feels more like a vignette about the life of this guy. A bunch of pulp stories together talking about this one character, your character, V. And here are his adventures.
Okay. That doesn't sound too bad.
And there are multiple endings where you can choose to either team up with Arasaka, the evil corporation. It's the only one that deals with Yorinobu. Or you can, if you're with your best friend Johnny all the time, like in relationship at a certain level, you team up with them and do a one-man army.
Ooh.
But if you die, the game ends.
Ah.
So it's an actual feat to actually beat it in one go, including beating Adam Smasher.
Ah.
Yeah, you get to beat him up at the end. He's the final boss.
You know, I'm just reminded now that after the anime Cyberpunk Edgerunners finished airing, there was a huge spike in downloads for the game again, just because people wanted to go in and beat up Adam Smasher.
Oh, by the way, you can get that device that the main character has.
Oh.
Here's the DLC.
Ah.
I got one question.
No, it's free DLC, though.
Oh, okay.
I got one question for the mod community of Cyberpunk.
And what's that?
Where's the Robocop mod?
I know. Where's Robocop mod? It's such an obvious thing.
Yeah.
Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun.
Adam Smasher, dead or alive, you're coming with me.
Dead or alive, you are coming with me.
That you might as well just make an entire different game about.
Oh, but it would be fun though to see a mod of a RoboCop. Like imagine that RoboCop just beating the shit out of Adam Smasher. Like it's funny. It's fun.
Dead or alive, you're coming with me.
Your move, creep.
Du, 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 du. Yeah, I highly recommend the game. Get it on sale though. I recommend $30 that I paid for was well worth the price.
$30? Okay. Alright then. Well, there we go. Did you make your character Hispanic?
No, I didn't. I made him. I basically do my avatar, which is basically a white guy with a Van Dyke mustache. I did change it over time a bit to try to go, oh, Johnny has taken over a bit, so he has the beard and his hair is longer. And the ending, oh yeah, there are multiple endings, and the ending I chose is where you be with Pam. And you leave Night Cities to spend either the rest of your days in, or maybe find somebody to cure you
of Johnny.
The left. Well, Johnny is already gone to the.
Oh, he's gone by then.
Yeah, like part of the ending is whether you let Johnny take over your body.
Ah. Okay then. All right. That's right, Chelsea. Johnny boy. Good old Johnny boy. Johnny boy.
Just a second, I'm gonna get a drink.
All right. All right. Let me see how much.
What do you think of Cyberpunk? Not? Have you played it?
Yeah.
I'm gonna look this up right now. How much is Cyberpunk?
I'm
pretty sure it's 60 right now, but it goes on sale pretty frequently.
It feels like yeah, Cyberpunk.
60.
Cyberpunk really feels like all the best minds who did like The Witcher 3 spent like the first good half of the game just creating all this intricate amazing things, and then they decided to have a vacation in the middle of development. Yeah. And then they came back, and then they realized, oh wow, a lot of
game to finish.
Wait. We have a game to finish, and this is a bit undercooked. We need more time.
Well,
and then But then by then you have like the E3 reveals, and then the stockholders goes, release the game.
Wait, so let me get this straight. They decided to take a vacation in the middle of developing a game.
That's what it feels like. That's what they're saying.
Yeah,
It's the joke comment.
Huh.
All right.
In 2077, what makes someone I have to say it one more time. What makes someone a criminal? Getting cock.
God.
I want to say really quick. There's a great Spalding Gray, like just Spalding Gray line that kind of cements how I feel about Cyberpunk 2077. It's the one that goes, God, he created such wonderful, lush places and beautiful, vibrant vistas, and then he sort of, he has to go to sleep, right? But he promises, like when he wakes up, everything will become, like I will continue making the world look so beautiful and vibrant. And then he gets to Texas and he realizes, the ground hardened, and it's kind of rocky and sandy and all that stuff. So instead of starting over, he just decides, what? I'll just make people who like living here.
That's amazing. All right.
What? All right. So, God, when he created the world and the universe, he created space. Space has no air. It is a vacuum. It's cold. The sun's blinding. It has cosmic beings everywhere. And then when God was getting to space, it was like, I don't know. I think I'll just create some humans and aliens that just want to go up there. And that's how we got Babylon 5.
All right.
Babylon 5 was sort of like a patchwork of ideas that Jay and Michael. Fuck his last name? Polish.
Michael Straczynski.
Michael Straczynski.
J. Michael,
I got it.
J. Michael, I was forced to write one more day.
Really?
He wrote a Spider-Man run that ended with one more day.
I have to look this up now.
Yes, he did. He was also the one who made the Inheritors that would later be used for Spider-Verse. He's also wrote the storyline about Gwen and the Green Goblin sleeping together. He also wrote a story about.
It is J. Michael Straczynski. Fuck.
Yes.
Oh man, I feel fucking sorry for this guy. Okay. I don't know. Wikipedia article co-writer J. Michael Straczynski. Fucking Polish, man. Disagreed with the direction at no shit. After watching Babylon 5, I'm like, yeah, I doubt he had much creative control in his run.
He definitely had creative control about how to screw over Spider-Man characters, but though he did wanted with one more day to have Gwen Stacy be back with Peter Parker.
I was like
the olden days, but yeah, Joe Quesada said no.
Why the fuck did Joe Quesada stay at Marvel?
Because the comic book industry is where losers fail upwards.
Sorry, I just want to tell you that is the most correct thing that's been stated all day. Yeah. All right, so Babylon. J. Michael Straczynski created Babylon 5. All right, anybody know Mass Effect?
Yes.
Yes, I have.
Yeah.
I have played the first.
Mass Effect based. It took a ton of inspiration from Babylon 5. Earth gets it's kind of like take all right, so all right, I know Mass Effect came after, but take Mass Effect, take Star Trek, mash them together, we get Babylon 5. Because Babylon 5 was originally pitched. I mean, it was its own thing, but he didn't retroactively make it a Star Trek thing that he pitched to Paramount, and they're like, nah, I don't want it. And then get the losers at Warner Brothers to have it, and then Warner Brothers took it, and we got 5 good seasons, a few movies, a sequel thing that didn't last very long, from what I understand.
If I had 2 nickels for every time CBS just rejected a very good Star Trek-like show, I have 2, which isn't a lot, but there shouldn't be a reason it happened twice.
Rumors is that when JMS, I'm just gonna call him JMS because Poll, went over to Warner Brothers, Paramount went around and was like, wait, shit, we rejected a really good idea. Let's just take it and make Deep Space Nine.
Oh! Oh, okay.
Those are just rumors, but you know.
But I like Deep Space Nine.
That's probably what happened.
Oh man. Because I like Deep Space Nine. That's
I just love how Jake is anything they. But I like this.
Yeah, because Deep Space Nine is really good.
No, it's not just this, Jengus. It's just like a pattern I'm noticing.
You should try out Babylon 5 then, because Babylon 5 is like, it's like all right, so Earth. We're one of the up and coming new powers in the galaxy. Pick a fight. Let's pick somehow a fight was picked by I don't know. I haven't gotten to the part where they reveal it, but Earth ended up with a fight with the Membari, or the Space Elves. They got the shit kicked out of them. And at the end of the war, you know, Earth is about to be invaded. The Membari are like, we kicked the shit out of you. We are out at your home planet. We surrender.
Alright.
Yeah, and then Earth was like, wait, what the fuck? Okay. Let's make this up. Wait, what?
Wait, you surrender, but you kicked their butts. How is that even possible?
Who knows?
Yeah, but Earth's like, okay, let's make the United Nations to try to stop any wars from happening. And they create Babylon 1, which gets destroyed by terrorism. Then they create Babylon 2 and 3, which also gets blown up. In the process of construction. They create Babylon 4. Can anybody guess what happens?
It blew up.
It just is. All right, so the guys on the shuttle, they're going for lead. They just completed it. They're heading down to the planet, ready to they're heading out, ready to resupply and head out for some leave. They turn around and the station's gone.
Ah!
It's just gone. Nobody knows it. Nobody knows what happened. They turn around and then it's gone.
Drake, where's the station? It's right there, see? We're supposed to talk with the station! We will! Oh, really? Yeah! Then go talk with the station. Okay, fine. I see the problem.
Oh, do ya?
And then they finish with and then they finally finish Babylon 5 and look around. Look, nothing's blown up. We're all still here. Congratulations, we finally made Babylon 5. So we decided, all right, let's bring all the aliens over to Earth, over to Babylon 5, not Earth.
Oh, that's a good idea.
So we got 5 technically, because one really doesn't matter as much as the other ones. We got six major organizations. The Earth Alliance, which is Earth.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna spoil a few things of like
All right.
a few things like I get the feeling that they're down the line they're gonna be kind of like the Earth Federation.
Oh.
Where they're just gonna be the most frustrating at the worst times.
Oh.
I don't really trust the Earth Alliance.
Look,
Sensing
we
a
all know.
pattern here of sci-fi, having Earth becoming the source of all our problems.
I thought that they're not the source of all our problems. Just a lot of them.
Make things worse.
Yeah, we got the Minbari Federation, which are they're the space elves.
Space elves.
Yeah, here I'll
Are they better than the 40k space elves?
Well, they didn't. I'm assuming they didn't murder banged a god to existence.
that I know of. No. But I'll just give some like Just a second. Yeah, but here's your main Earth Alliance guys.
Alright.
Here's
I didn't know Alan Bradley was part of the. No, I'm kidding.
Who's Alan Bradley?
Tron. It's David. Oh no, not David.
Actually, I think that the guy who did it was he's the guy who plays he plays the main character in the next season.
Bruce.
Yeah.
You're referring to Bruce. How do you say that last name? Boxlittner?
Boxlittner, yeah.
Boxlittner. Alright, so you got your Earth
This
guys
guy.
here.
He's season 2 main character.
Alright.
There he is.
Look at that haircut.
He kind of reminds me of the Shi'ar a little bit.
A little. He's got like the fan haircut going on with his giant forehead.
Yeah.
Alright.
I'll just get some pictures for for some reference.
And here we go. Here's Babylon 5 itself. Whoa, look at this guy. It's like a cobra or something.
You look like a
That's a suit.
Oh, that's a suit. Okay.
We don't know what I haven't seen what he looks like yet.
Oh.
Yeah, but
Looks like if Serpentor and Shockwave had a child.
he kind of does, doesn't he?
Yeah.
I thought you looked like a pelvis.
Get your mind out the gutter, Comet.
All right, so you see the picture, the one with the reptilian guy and the Shi'ar with the bald chick in the middle.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Ball chicken.
That's a Minbari.
Ah.
The guy with the hair is the Minbari, like space elves, It kind of got that vibe from them. The Centauri are like an old the Centauri Republic are kind of like an old empire that like they're a kind of a I love this quote. The Centauri Republic, I'm paraphrasing, conquered worlds, 12 systems within our grasp, and now we're a fucking tourist trap.
Now we're a tourist.
Look at the great Centauri Republic. Open 9 to 5.
9 to 5.
Hours.
Earth hours.
You get the feeling that they're kind of like the Russian Empire on its like last not good old Nick, the guy that the Russian Revolution starts with, but like maybe like the guy before Nick, or definitely in the decline phase. And next to him are their rivals, Jakar. No, not Jakar. That's the name of the ambassador, but the Narn regime, who are the up and comers alongside Earth. They're like kind of got a bit of a rougher culture, you know. They were former the Centauri formerly captured them and strip mine their planet, and they're like, all right, we're new to politics, we're new to this shit, but we're probably like the third largest military. We're gonna wield that big stick a lot.
Did they wield a big stick?
They got a powerful military.
Alright.
The next ones is a Vorlon Empire comprising of like the one system. They're just so technologically advanced that they're on the council anyway. And that's the guy with the suit. It looks like Shockwave.
There we go.
And then the last one is a League of non-aligned worlds, who have probably like a system or two, but you know, they're kind of losers compared to the rest of them. Not very powerful.
They're the virgins.
Yeah, but there and now we got at the top, the very top of our the pictures that have shown, the guy in the middle is Jeffrey Sinclair, and he's been put in charge of the station. He was a former fighter pilot during the Earth-Minbari War. They fought at the last battle. Lost, went unconscious for 10 hours. It's a very important plot point.
Okay.
And now, 10 years later, he's been put in charge of Babylon 5. And he has to keep all these fucking crazy people from not killing each other. And with him on Earth Alliance, there's a few people in the next most important person is Michael Garibaldi. It's kind of like a police detective. He's head of security. Pretty cool dude.
Yeah.
There's a few other characters in the Earth Alliance. His Sinclair's a number 2 and a doctor, but it took a year between the pilot movie and the actual show, and they lost the actor, so they had to replace him with Ivanova.
Alright.
Who is his number 2? Russian, kind of a tough working chick. You get that feeling from her. And Franklin, a guy who usually pretty reasonable. Usually. I like Franklin.
Alright.
Next we have the Minbari. We got Delenn, the bald chick who kind of reminds me of Avatar: Last Airbender with like little blue at the end. But she's usually one of the most reasonable of the ambassador. She's willing to hold out the most olive branches to people. She's also secretly a member of the Grey Council, the ruling organization of the Minbari, but that's a secret. To quote Mickey Mouse, "That's a surprise troll. They'll help us later."
Wait.
That's a
Repeat that?
surprise tool.
That's a surprise.
It's a surprise.
All right, next to Delin, we got Londo, who the Shiera-looking guy. Londo's great. He's his nation, the Centauri, are like they're the old. They're like the old Russian Empire, kind of like on their last legs. They're very flamboyant, very boisterous culture, and he's like, you know, we're on our last legs, right? You do? You don't care? Well, fuck, neither do I. I'm gonna go gambling, and I'm gonna go get drunk. Londo's really great. He wants this entire republic to go back to its old days where it could conquer half the galaxy or something. But you know, they're on their last legs, and you know he has to deal with that fact, and he's gonna go get drunk or something. And then across from him is Jakar. Jakar's a bit. When he first shows up in the movie, the Gathering, the pilot movie, kind of definitely a dick, bit villainous in the movie, but you learn as the TV shows goes on, he's not a fucking villain. He's just a dick. Jakar's great. Him and Londo have this petty rivalry going on. Well, they will go out of their way to do just petty dickish things to the other. And Jakar also will do. He's on the up and coming guys, and he's willing to, you know, still keep his group up and coming and keep them moving forward. And at the last of the ambassadors is Ambassador Kosh. What I get from Kosh is that he doesn't give a shit about any. He has the technology to have a large. He has a large enough technology backing him, so that he doesn't really give a shit. And I get the feeling that he kind of enjoys, kind of gets a kick out of everybody else being kind of scared of the Vorlons, and not really wanting to fuck with them and not knowing what they look like. And I get the feeling like he kind of likes it, which is not. We don't get much from him. Because we don't get much, because the Vorlons really haven't. It's mainly Earth, Minbari, the Narn, and the Centauri, and the minor planets, really providing the most of the
drama,
plot, and stuff like that. But Babylon 5, we also get for the Earth Alliance. Each nation except the Narn. I don't know why. I'm assuming it's gonna be a plot point later on, but I don't know why the Narn don't have psychics. But everybody else has psychics. The Earth has something called the Psi Core, and I'm getting this. I'm getting I guess if we're getting a Gundam comparison, I guess Titans kind of vibe.
Oh no!
You're telling me these guys, their hearts are weighed down by their
gravity.
They definitely do morbidly. We meet some good psychics. But we also some of the more powerful psychics that we meet, namely a guy called Alfred Bester. Not good people.
Oh.
Definitely doing some despicable
Shady
experiments and shit like that.
Shady McShady.
Shady McShady.
Like they haven't outright confirmed that the Earth Alliance is going to be as frustrating as the Earth Federation, and that the Psy Corps is going to be as villainous as the Titans. But come on, they're going to be the Earth Federation and Titans.
Oh, fun.
We also got the myth arc for. I know the first season is kind of half episodic, half myth arc, and that as the seasons goes on, it'll be more and more myth arc until it's just entirely myth arc seasons.
All right.
There's 5 seasons, by the way. There's a you know the Reavers from Mass Effect.
No.
Alright, so, anybody know Mass Effect?
Yes.
Alright, you know what the Reavers are?
Yes.
Yeah.
So, the Reavers are an ancient race of, weird, shadowy, aliens that are interfering with the lives of the regular aliens and humans. But they're kind of shadowy and kind of shifty about it. Nobody really knows about them except me. I get the feeling that the Membari and the Vorlons probably know, but they're not really. But maybe only certain people in the Membari, and not really much anybody else knows about them. That's kind of bad. That's kind of bad. What I'm thinking that's going to happen, and they're doing shady stuff, and they're doing shady things. And but it's a lot more for the first season. It's definitely more episodic. But we got some fun episodes and some interesting ones.
Okay.
Like my favorite and probably the most fucked up episode is alright, so Dr. Franklin, he's having these aliens from a religious planet. His son is sick. He can perform an operation, but they don't want to do it because of religious reasons. And so he goes to Commander Sinclair and he goes like, "Hey Sinclair, could you remove the parental right from these parents so that I can save this boy's life?" And Sinclair's like, "No, that will cause a really shitty precedent."
Yeah.
And Franklin turns around, performs the surgery anyway.
Oh.
And then spoilers, but the parents kill the kid.
Oh.
And it's just a really fucked up scenario.
Wow.
It's legitimately it's probably the best episode so far. Not every episode will have these no-win situations. Most episodes do have a good or at least bittersweet ending. But it's like Star Trek, but they focus more on culture than on the technology and science. Even though Star Trek does a lot of that, but Star Trek, what I get from Star Trek is that, alright, so we got Dr. Franklin, and then he explains the good nature of science to these religious aliens.
Mhm.
If it was in Star Trek, and they go head over heels about science, and get the kid, everything works out in the end. Not Babylon 5. It's
Huh.
yeah, but it's legitimately fantastic, and this is from what I've heard, this is a rocky season. First season, I'm like, really? I'm having a lot of fun with this, and I can't wait to get to the next season. I know that there's a lot of actor changes, and the main lead, Jeffrey Sinclair. He had some unfortunate health issues going on, so he couldn't reprise his role. So they brought in Tron to be
About Alan Bradley. He's here to fight for the users.
He's here to fight for the users. He fights for the users.
Yeah, but has anybody else actually seen Babylon 5?
Yes.
I have seen.
I know it'd be you.
I've seen a clip of it, where I showed Matchstick. It's from a later season, and so the whole scene is one of a female lead's first job.
I know she's been it's Ivanova, and she was there throughout all of season 1.
Okay, so she gets the job of mediating between two warring political factions of this one planet.
Mm-hmm.
And the whole controversy is the color sash they wore.
Huh.
Nothing else. Just the color.
Yeah,
color.
So the way it starts is that she goes, "Oh, is it because of a religious thing or political?" No. And so she even has two of them show up on there and takes one sash up and apply it to the other, and they all went crazy.
And it started a fight.
And one of them jumps over the podium to go and kill them.
Alright.
It went out of control because these people are stupid.
Alright, if anybody see, I knew if anybody would have seen, probably would have been you, not. So you got any? Seems like.
Well,
do you have any opinions about it?
It is it's I hate to use a food analogy, but it's very apt here. It is a show that is much like a really good stew. Like season 1, the great thing about it is that season 1 is the weakest, even though season 1 is really good. But
sorry, but for first impressions, it is legitimately really great. Sorry for that little bit of an interruption.
No, you're good. But it's just the more and more it simmers, and the more it simmers and the more it just cooks. You realize that, oh man, this it is a rising action of a show. Where it's all of the seasons just get really good. And it does benefit from a lot from JMS's forward planning.
Alright.
Yeah, he had the entire story arcs planned out. But enough room for that if any literal main character had to bow out at season 1. He's like, okay, I can just rearrange these things and we're good.
So it is one of those shows that just rewards you for having catched up with it.
Alright.
Yeah, it is proper good sci-fi.
So
Nice.
how do they handle the change from main characters? Is that handled?
Yeah, it's handled fairly well. Like when you cut the it does seem a bit strange at first, but it does go off. Like it does go off without a hitch.
Do we at least get some episode with what's his name, Michael O'Hare to wrap up his story arcs?
If I remember, yeah.
Okay. Do we start off with the first episode with James Sheridan? Are they? No, I'll just see it when I get to it.
Nice. All right. Oh, excuse me. All right. Anything else though for Babylon 5? Hello? Oh. No, I was just asking if there was anything more Magic wanted to say.
I'm good.
You're good? All right.
I'm having a lot of fun with this. I'd very much recommend it.
All right then. All right. Just give me 1 minute. Oh, not a minute. Just give me a couple seconds. I am making a schedule for next week, and I just adjusting some stuff.
Oh yeah, I have a question, Matchstick.
Yes.
I mean, Jengus. When can we work on the Gundam UC show?
The Gundam UC show? Any time really.
You guys have 4 weeks to do it as well.
Like, we could talk about it on stream. Like, while I'm playing a game, we could talk about something. We could talk about it.
I have like work a lot of. And I need to catch up on work because my car thing.
Well, usually I'm most active, at night, so. I guess then it would be like, when is like the. What's like the latest you could usually stay up?
I usually try to go to sleep around 10.
Around 10?
Like 10 to 11.
Let's see, okay, so I know... So, based on my schedule right now, for next week, the way I have it, I think... maybe Tuesday or Wednesday. Tuesday, it's gonna be a solo stream with, gonna do more of that visual novel with the crippled girls. And then Wednesday's a lunch break with Nick.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Alright.
Ray says, well, tell Days I can't get a response from this eBay 2 days. I can't get a response from this eBay seller. Oh, I saw that situation, right? Yeah, that sucks.
Yeah, that sucks.
Yeah. Alright. So, with that said then, we will move on now with our, we're at the halfway point. We're at the halfway point, and what better to celebrate the halfway point than apparently to celebrate Christmas early. Because I don't know why, but Comet decided he's gonna bring in Christmas early. It's literally the first month of the year, Comet, and we're bringing in Christmas already.
Well, yeah. I was the Santa Claus through Santa life. I'm feeling nostalgic.
You're feeling nostalgic.
It's like that South Park episode or part of one of the games where it's like, we do Christmas every day of the year, and then Santa Claus is hunting down the person who did that because he's been being forced to work 24/7 every day of the year.
Every day of the year.
Careful, Comet! Santa Claus is coming after you.
But you, Comet, decide to check out the new Santa Claus show on the Disney Avatar Plus.
Yes. After watching Santa Claus 2 and 3,
Uh-huh.
I'm like, now that might as well watch that. It got
how
10
was it?
out in it. Better than expected. Actually, it's pretty good.
Alright.
Essentially, the plot is that essentially Calvin realized he's getting old in his age.
Okay.
The magic is not working as it used to be. He's falling off roofs now. And you remember the last Santa that fell off the roof?
Ah. Alright.
So he's like, no, let's get this ahead of time.
So he's retiring?
Yes, he's retiring, and also there's not as much Christmas cheer and magic as it used to be.
Ah.
So they're like, they have time for me to retire. I gotta find me a replacement when I get off.
Wasn't a movie though before this, the third one, all about he doesn't want to be Santa anymore?
Well, it's more like everything is just quit. Well, that was more like the pressure was getting to him. He was tricked into saying those words. This is more like he's feeling his age catching up to him.
Ah.
Yeah, like it's a difference between like I don't want to be Santa to I can't be Santa.
I can't.
He want.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes. And so he got to find her. There's a lot more details, but he had to find a replacement.
Hmm.
So he went to the one is second in command L's hand him went to a list of books, a list of potential candidates, including Pac-Man Mating.
Alright.
I think Pac-Man Mating is former football player.
Football player's gonna become a Santa.
And he kept looking until he find this guy named Simon, played by.
My name's Simon.
Simon, played by. I forgot his name.
Let me see. Let me look this up.
Cal Penn.
Cal. Okay, Santa Clauses. Let's see here. Let's see. So.
He chose
Simon Calpen.
Yeah, he chose him to be essentially chose him the replacement. But the problem is, Calvin, like, we're doing it with his kids. He got a couple of flaws.
Wait, he wanted a former White House staff member of the Obama administration to become Santa?
Wait, what?
Look, I'm on his Wikipedia. I searched up Cal Penn. There's like his name was highlighted in like blue, so I clicked the integrated link, and it turns out he was apparently part of the fucking Obama administration.
He was. I just want to mention really quick that it's also kind of funny because around the same time he was also a reoccurring character on House.
I thought he looked familiar.
And so when he was accepting his job as staff, as sort of part of his cabinet, they killed his character off in a very awkward way.
Yeah, well, the show is not groundbreaking. Yeah, like that. Oh, sorry, Simon. One of the flaws of Simon that he tends to get crazy eyes when he think of a new idea and tend not to listen. Yeah, he's very much treating like the whole Christmas thing like a business.
Huh. So you want to turn the North Pole into more of a bureaucratic system.
Essentially, he went, hey, guys, what about Christmas once a year? What about Christmas every day?
Christmas every day.
And we'll deliver presents instantly every day using this vortex system we have and my drones.
Huh.
And of course, this caused, the Christmas spirit to go out, because what's the point of anticipating Christmas? We're going to do it every day. It's kind of like,
The Wikipedia page literally says, prior to his new role, Chosky is a game inventor, product developer, and single father with aspirations to become the equivalent of, quote, the next Jeff Bezos, end quote, in the technology world.
Like I said, it's decent enough.
We're hip with the kids. We know who Jeff Bezos is.
But I think the main thing I really like is how it's Calvin and his family. At this point, he has 2 kids with his new wife.
Uh-huh.
And the thing is, it kind of shows the effects of raising your kids, or having raised your kids in the North Pole with no contact. No.
Oh.
Yeah.
Just this is a TV show, not a movie.
It turns out being Santa all the time hampers trying to be a father a little bit.
Ah.
His daughter does not like people.
His daughter doesn't like people. Okay.
Oh, not more like people, more like, because he never met people, she's more comfortable with animals. And his son, well,
uh-huh.
One father in the world, but he's a little
horny.
No. Alright.
Okay.
Well, get your mind out of the gutter, Ninjato. Come on.
No, it's naive.
Naive. Okay.
Like, this is one scene where he's like Memorial Day. Yay! What's Memorial Day song about? And Calvin's like, fallen soldier. And it's like, why would we celebrate such a day?
Huh.
Like, why we have a barbecue on such a day?
Because that's what the soldiers would want. For us to barbecue.
And also...
Okay, now I'm thinking of the scene in Last Man Standing with the musket.
I forgot. Yes. And then...
Uh-huh.
And I kind of... But there's a couple of things I didn't... Like I said, it's nothing groundbreaking. It's like, it's entertaining, 33-minute episodes. There's a few things I don't like.
Okay.
Oh, the thing about the Santa, it turned out the whole thing, everything was planned since the first movie.
Okay.
Scott is the first human Santa.
First human Santa? What the hell was the previous Santa then?
Magical manifestations kind of thing. Let's see.
Okay.
Kind of like demons in the war. The manifestations of slow motion.
Okay.
Manifestations of spirit. All the way from Saint Nicholas. Saint Nicholas, a Black Santa, Krampus.
Huh.
And Santa. And I like this one saying they're all comparing who had it worse.
Uh-huh.
Like I was like, one Santa was like, hey, I had to deliver during World War One. World War One. I had to deliver during World War Two, the Vietnam War, and the Star Wars Christmas special. Yeah, but I think.
All right.
And the Great Depression.
Huh. You fool. You think you had a rough eyes, and when I was Santa, I had to deliver during the I don't know, the Mesopotamia era, and they didn't even believe in Santa. How do you think that was, huh?
Yeah. Though, like that. But I think mostly enjoyed that they did some callbacks to the previous movies, like the toys, like Simon. They get some extra truths. Got those toy soldiers from the second Santa Claus movie. Apparently, they kept them in storage.
All right.
I decided.
How's Tim Allen? Is he?
Oh, he's good. Tim Allen is good.
Is he still doing his? Does he ever do his home improvement grunt?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Ah.
But it's really good in this movie because you know, they respected the character of Santa. You know, respected Tim Allen's character and such. But I do like this there's one lampshade, so like I think this show was like attempt to answer all some plot holes.
Ah.
From the previous one. We're like, wait, what about all the previous Santas? Why didn't they never mention the previous Santas? Why they were in the Mrs. Claus? Yeah, turn out, everything that all the clauses and stuff were made with the human Santa in mind. The Mrs. Claus, so he doesn't get lonely, and they create offspring. Then he can pass the child on to. So the whole.
Okay.
They were trying to solve. I'm so lonely. I'm so lonely.
Yes.
So lonely and sad and alone. I'm so lonely.
So lonely.
Okay.
So
And I kinda like how-
sit in the room.
I like how this one thing the sky was like, wait, there's another clause?
There's
Why
another
don't
clause.
you-
Oh my gosh.
Why don't you just tell me these things? Instead of putting the fine print on this stupid card.
Huh. Oh, excuse me. I'm yawning. Oh my gosh. Alright.
Yeah. But I think it's not the best, but I just like all the little callbacks. Like they brought back Charlie's actor. And I like how in the first episode they brought back in the first movie when Scott went down his first house.
Yeah.
They brought her back in the first.
That's nice.
Wait, hold on.
Oh? You okay, comment?
Oh wait, never mind. I think they got a different actor.
Ah.
But it's not they did a callback to that character though.
Okay. Neato.
No, they didn't just like forget, continuity. But now let's see.
Oh.
That's a bit question to all the other holiday figures in this series, like Mother Nature, Jack Frost, the Easter Bunny, the Tooth Fairy.
Alright.
I wonder what. No. I figured they would have showed up, but nah.
Well, this show's called Santa Clauses, not Easter Bunnies.
Yeah, but I can't remember what would be nice.
Oh my gosh, it's the Lord Jesus Christ! Tim Allen, I heard you are having trouble being Santa. Oh my goodness. Chelsea, why do you keep saying red herring in the chat? Chelsea, I thought we went over this. I thought we went over already the meaning of red herring.
No.
Changus.
Give up. She's gonna keep using that word.
I'm not gonna give up.
She's gonna forget.
I'm not giving up. I'm not giving up on her. Someone has to not give up on her. Because clearly,
I'm gonna
Never-
give you up. I'm never gonna let you down.
Never gonna
clearly Ray,
let you
because clearly Ray's not gonna not gonna do anything, and he's her boyfriend.
Probably he knows that she's just doing this to troll you.
Someone has to not give up on her.
Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. Never gonna and hurt you.
All right.
Y'all been rickrolled. Good night.
Woo! All right. So
Yeah, that's not like that. There's not much to say about spoiling it because I think it's still newish.
newish.
It came out this. I think it came out December.
December.
The last episode was December 14th. So yeah.
Huh, imagine that. A show about Santa Claus comes out in December.
Oh, the last episode came out in December. That was 5-6 in December. The others came out in November.
I think enough time has passed where I don't think people would care that much about spoilers.
Okay. Well, so the show ends with, Scott getting his job back. And
He got his old job back?
yeah, and then I need to spend more time with my kids, blah blah blah.
But then I have a feeling something's wrong. What's wrong with the North Pole? Why didn't they need him back?
Oh no, he just got his job back and started bringing his son on trips as an apprentice, sort of thing.
Oh.
Yeah, Dane's happily ever after. Though I kind of find it fun.
Because normally the way these things goes, it's like, Tim, why did you leave? It was a mistake. What's going on? Oh man, it's all wrong, man. It's all wrong. Game over, man. Game over.
Well, he did get a job after he fixed Simon's meth. Because apparently elves they're purely magical creatures, and well, when Christmas spirits are disappearing, they start disappearing.
Huh.
It's the Dano snap.
Thanos snap. Hey, has anyone seen Timmy? Timmy disappeared from existence last week.
Actually, they actually did that scene.
Oh.
They seem like they're like, hey, we got Timmy out for lunch. No, he's gone.
Nani?
And also there's this one joke that's kind of it's a little odd. They could just when Scott was going to 99 nice list.
Alright.
And then one elf is like, oh well, we should put him on because he was super gentle. Well, sir, actually, putting a kid on nice naughty list, but typical is considered brat shaming.
Brat shaming.
And Scott just rolled his eyes and like,
oh my gosh, you fucking brat shamed. How could you, Tim Allen? Tim Allen. I thought you were better than this. I thought you were PC, man.
and he's like, then we went to the next one. Well, this one, no, he's not naughty. He's just that's ADHD.
ADHD.
Okay, and then we're like, okay, how about I put everybody on the nice list? How about you do the naughty and nice list? Yes, and she went with the power go there. Yes, I'll make all the boys naughty, all the girls nice. What? Well, that's what happened. I'm sorry, I let the power go to my head. And this is why you don't let elves handle the naughty and nice list.
Alright.
Yeah.
They're
Also,
sexist.
No. It's a joke because you can't let them kick all power go to their heads. Also, apparently, elves are racist toward dwarves. Toward gnomes.
Makes sense.
And they're kind of like, hey, we don't lie. I don't like those gnomes.
I'm like those dirty gnomes.
Actually, you're not too far how they speak of gnomes.
Oh my gosh, those gnomes. Ugh. disgusting creatures. I mean, why don't we just do something about those damn gnomers? You can't say gnomers, Tim Allen! Oh my gosh, that's their word!
No, it's the elves. The elves are the racist one.
Yeah, but it's funny to say it like to make like Tim Allen. How could you? Get with the times. Gnomers is their word.
So, also, I don't really like the whole first human Santa thing.
All right.
I kind of prefer it. I kind of like each Santa was human and Saint Nicholas and they just pass it on to the next person. But I kind of find it funny that Krampus is considered a Santa.
Krampus is considered Santa.
But it's part of the Santa line.
What the hey? Why is Krampus is in line? He's technically Santa.
And then we have Black Santa, Kwanzaa Santa.
There's Kwanzaa Santa.
Oh, you look like. Let's see.
That's racist.
How's it racist? Legitimate question. How's that racist?
Kwanzaa, it's its own holiday. It can't be appropriated into Christmas.
Well, now it is. Kwanzaa's now part of Christmas.
Wait, Kwanzaa's a holiday? It's not a made up, what do you call it, celebration for what do you call it, for some people to feel special.
Look, it's much like Peter Griffith says. Women are not. Oh, I can't say. Finish the quote.
First of all, okay. First of all, women are not real people. They are things created by the Lord Jesus Christ for our amusement. What? What did I say?
Now just imagining that one is like. I can't do it. I can't do the bit. It's so cancelable.
Oh man, Lois. Alright,
I can do it. Look, Lois, we all know that black people are not real people.
oh my gosh, okay, never mind. Oh my goodness.
Oh, that's too spicy.
That's a little too spicy here. That's a little, oh my goodness. Calm down.
Calm down, Machado. Calm down.
I'm going insane with tiredness and building miniatures.
Go to sleep,
Yeah,
man.
you should probably go to sleep.
Yeah, you should go to sleep, man.
Alright, have a good night, guys.
Have a good night, Ninjago.
Have a good night.
Yeah, but so this
Good night.
It's a nice series with nice callbacks. It's not spectacular, but it's decent enough. And nice, it's a nice 6 episode show. I felt like the start of a sitcom, honestly.
You thought it was a sitcom?
Kind of feel like a sitcom. The start of like there'll be more episodes,
Ah.
like the beginning season.
Ah. Are there gonna be more seasons?
I don't know.
Let's look it up.
I think the weakest is Simon.
Let's see here.
Does it kind of feel like, I don't know, there's something about his character. I feel
yes, it was. It premiered in November 16, 2022, and it was renewed for a second season in December 2022. So we will be getting more of Tim Allen, Santa Claus.
Oh wait, it was renewed for a second season?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, well, I guess we'll get more.
I guess we're getting more Santa Claus.
Huh. But like I said, the slime skeleton the weakest. I mean, kind of feel, I don't know, much. I don't know. Like, so wait, this guy is a former game software, but also trying to start another business.
He's trying to be the next Jeff Bezos.
Yeah. But,
Oh my gosh, Jeff Bezos! Whoa!
I don't know. I guess I just wasn't feeling him.
Ah, all right then.
Yeah, but I kind of thought they focus more on like Santa Claus is Kyle was trying to retirement essentially when they moved to Chicago and tried. I think it was Chicago. And trying to like adapt to not being at the North Pole.
Oh man, your dad Nick Tim Allen's gonna be living in Chicago now. He'll be neighbors.
Yay!
And trying to like there's one scene where you try to order coffee, but it's like they added every sweet thing in the kitchen sink in it. Cookies, candy.
Can we make it more sweet? More! More!
Actually, that's pretty much how it went.
Alright.
Yeah, but yeah, that's all I gotta say is watch it if you want, don't watch it if you don't want. It's not spectacular, but it's not bad.
Is it a show?
It's a good show, but it's not a spectacular show. It's just a regular show.
Ah. Wow.
Does it have Mordecai and Rigby in it? Excuse me, I don't want it to have Mordecai in it. Mordecai sucks.
Yes, but it could have Rigby and or Muscle Man. Yeah, think about that.
You know who else would make a good Santa Claus?
Mom!
If you say your mom, you're fired. My mom! Get out! It wasn't worth it! Alright. Anything else, though? Comment?
No, nothing much. Outside of the fact they brought back Bernard.
Ah.
Remember it?
Alright then. Oh shit.
And at that, I have to go to bed.
Alright. Good.
Okay.
Have a good night, Comet. Wait, hold on. Oh no. Armrest. Oh, it's just a ball joint on armrest wrist. Okay.
I just finished the first 5 episodes of Gargoyles, the
Ooh.
5-part intro episode. Here's my response to the meme channel.
Hey, Gargoyles, that's a good one.
Oh yeah.
Check out meme channel.
Oh, trust me. Demona, one of the best villains in but also she really should not be blaming humans. We'll get to that though. You'll get to that.
But
I'm assuming whatever happened to her is a large part her fault.
You have no idea. You have no idea how much.
Is this just Demona's backstory? This meme?
Pretty much. She's great, but like she is literally the epitome of never my fault.
Ah. That's amazing.
It was the humans. It's the humans' fault.
Those damn filthy humans are all, I swear.
Why did they use the jerk? I'm just remembering that one Futurama joke where they go to like Chinese New Year parade. And they knock off like the dragon, like float, and it's just like this caterpillar alien. What is this? The year of the jerk?
Yeah, the jerk.
Also, Changis, I may have made a realization that might make you like Gorast.
Okay.
She's just a female Inferno.
Oh. For the royalty.
Same mentality.
Oh.
And same amount of craziness.
Okay, well, see, if you let with that, then maybe I wouldn't be so hard on Goras. I mean, I still don't feel sorry for her, but at the same time, it's like, I wouldn't be so hard.
I feel bad, but it's more of a you put your faith in the wrong guy. Feel kind of bad. Everything you did meant nothing.
Everything you did meant nothing. All right. Oh,
good night, guys.
Alright, have a good night, comment.
And enjoy talking about Leo and that one scene.
Have a good night, comment.
With Leo?
Rio.
Ah, Rio. Well, we'll get to Rio. we'll get to Brazil. Right now, we're still stuck in the airport.
Alright, good night.
Alright. So while we're still stuck in the airport. we could still at least get into our Spanish mood. Yeah, we could get into our Spanish mood with
Changis, I have to ask, why is a sequel to a extremely mid Shrek spinoff so fucking good?
I have never seen the first Puss in Boots movie.
It's mid.
It's mid?
It did not need to be made.
Yeah, it was cashing in, you know, while the Forever After iron was still hot.
Forever After was actually pretty good.
Yeah. But this movie though, actually pretty fucking good.
I don't know, man. Like I can't compare it to the first one because I'd never seen it. So I don't know. It's just pretty damn good for a sequel to a spin-off.
That was mid.
You know what it is? It's the wolf.
Well,
not just the wolf though. I mean, it helped. But like the idea of like the theme of like of accepting mortality and stuff like that is such a
You want to know something funny? So this movie is like a potential like nominee for like another like award show. I don't know, maybe like Oscars or something. So like so Nick, so this movie technically came out in 2022, but it's only now that people are realizing, oh wow, this is actually a pretty good movie.
What? Yeah.
So you know what I could make the joke. So there would be two movies from 2022 starring that has Pinocchio in it, because Pinocchio was in this movie, even if it was for a joke. That have been nominated for awards that deal with themes such as accepting mortality.
If I had 2 nickels for that to happen, I'm starting to wonder if I'm starting to wonder if it's gonna become a trend. Those are two oddly specific things.
I don't know, man. Just this movie, you could tell there's a lot of passion behind it, and it's
definitely like one of the best animated like DreamWorks films. I mean, like literally animated, like how it's
yeah. Chelsea says animation is same as Spider-Verse.
Yes, there's similarities, but it's not 100%.
Yeah.
It's what do you call it? It's they say that they took a lot of the inspiration behind the animation from storybooks, and Kira.
Oh, okay. Yeah, like oh man, the tech on a technical scale, on a technical scale, this movie is really good. The animation, the voice work is top notch. Let me. What's his name? What's his name? The actor.
Antonio.
Well, not just him. What's his name?
John Mulaney.
Oh, okay, John Mulaney is also really good. Okay, here we go. Wagner Moura, as you know, the wolf. He's got such a really nice voice. I love his voice so much.
The villains in this movie were fantastic, all of them.
John Mulaney.
And I haven't seen it, but I know enough. I know enough by cultural osmosis that I like the variety of villains too.
Yeah. You got the Three Bears and Goldilocks, which they were nice. Surprisingly, they were also really good as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got a sympathetic villain. You got
absolutely
force of nature, cool one with the wolf, and you got an absolute jackass monster supervillain.
Yeah, with Jack Horner. Whoa, Jack! You're not gonna actually shoot a puppy, are you? Yeah, in the face.
Yeah,
why?
In the face. Why? Yeah, you're irredeemable. You're
an irredeemable monster. What took you so long, idiot?
You're a monster. Your actions are horrible. Your wish is horrible. You're horrible. Oh, what took you so long, idiot? You're not chatty, are you?
Okay, this is a Dubus Goobus video, and this is just solely Jack Horner's a joke on Jack Horner. It's just so Jack, what is your stance on abortion? Well, I mean, the killing the babies thing is fine, but giving women rights, I'm not too big on that.
I'm gonna eat these puppies, live puppies.
Live puppies.
No. Also good, live puppies, delicious. Wow. No.
Well, listen, I'm morally against killing people, but is Jack is it? Yeah. Don't worry, no need to pay. I got this one for you.
I spread a very specific form of atheism. You see, when children die, I go up to them, tell them that there's
children's parents die. I specifically tell them that God isn't real and that this is a cold and lifeless and loveless universe.
How should we even find the one?
I didn't think so.
I'm the one that does it.
I'm the one who kills the parents. Do you feel anything at all? Oh, absolutely nothing. I feel absolutely nothing.
I just like the idea of being the guy.
I like the idea of being
the one that told kids their parents are dead.
Jack Horner is just the epitome of just wow. There's nothing redeemable about. He's like the sun. He's like Sundowner, where like they're just fun people, but they're absolutely fucking scumbags. Like Jack Horner would be the
Give war a chance.
Jack would be the type of person to go, it'll be just like the good old days after 9/11.
9/11. Yeah. What's a good song? I forgot a Sundowner quote in my head.
They tell you,
how's an honest warmonger supposed to make his living?
War crime this, can't eat the drywall that, microwaving rats is bad, they say.
You know, Jack. Jack. Kids are
They're
cruel, Jack. And
I
I love
mine. They're like everyone in this movie though in Puss in Boots is great.
I want him dead. Alright,
Parito has like the saddest backstory, and yet it doesn't even register to him that his backstory is sad. That is one of the funniest things I've ever seen.
Oh, I love Perito. I wasn't really expecting much from Perito, but then it turns out, oh wow, he's great.
Yep.
He's great. Everyone's great. There's no character here that I don't like. I like everyone, including the villains. Again, Jack is.
I'm gonna bust your god, man, and go wear your clothes. That was weird.
Just shoots him. It's great. Everything's. It's also just a lot of fun. The movie's a lot of fun. I love it. And then, what else? I guess we could talk of like just the very brief like synopsis of the movie. I don't want to say too much, but like just a brief synopsis. Just basically, you know, it's Puss. It's Puss in Boots. He's he's a cat, so he's down to his he's ran through all 8 lives. He's down to his last 9th life, and so now he's got to do whatever he can to protect his last life, while being hunted down by a wolf.
A very ominous wolf who really likes to make his presence known.
Oh, the wolf is great. I'll get to the wolf, but like
Puss is on a quest to find this magic star that'll grant him the wish so he can reset his lives. So he can go back to being the fearless Puss in Boots.
Because Puss in Boots laughs in the face of death. But you're not laughing now, are you?
Such a fucking awesome line.
And then you also get like you get your villains, you get your supporting cast like Kitty
Saws,
who I'm guessing was from the first movie as well.
Yeah.
How was she in the first movie?
All right, yeah, she was pretty all right.
She was all right.
But I'm not saying like to diss her. I'm just saying like it changed. The first Puss in Boots was mid.
It was just mid. Okay.
It was a very mid movie.
But then you got Perito, who's just despite.
This is such a neat exemplar of an entry in the Shrek cinematic universe.
Oh, and also I guess since Twitter loves pointing out, yes, there is a accurate depiction of what happens when you have a panic attacks, and everyone was praising it, which hey, that's pretty cool, I guess.
At the same time, I'm praising it because it's such a fucking tense scene.
Oh yeah.
And because Perito.
Oh yeah, Perito.
He knows exactly what to do.
All he ever wanted to do was just be a therapy dog. You know what? Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna say. Hold on, real quick. Let me see if I have something. We're already pretty much talking, somewhat spoilers, but like, guys, just hold on. All right, Erica, we gotta.
If we're going to the wolf, we should probably establish what everyone else is doing before that, because the wolf is the best part of that movie, Chingus.
But I want to talk about the wolf, man.
Oh, I do too. I want to get to him, though. I do want to get to him, but I want to savor him.
Okay.
Savor him like I'm pretty sure the internet really wants to, but not in the way the internet wants to.
Okay. I don't know what.
You guys are weird.
You guys are weird. Who else is there?
Well, there's Kitty. We can go.
Yeah, Kitty. She's nice.
Yeah, Salma Hayek.
She's got her dynamic with Puss is really cool. Too. Like it's it's very rival. They're a rivalry going on. They're always like bickering, but then it turns out like there's a sparks flying between them. Psh! Well, I guess sparks flew between them, past tense. And then there's all that. Whee!
Dude fucking left her at the altar.
Yeah. To be fair though, she left him as well.
That doesn't actually make sense to me.
Well, no, she never went to the altar. She knew.
Oh. Not you're a little quiet.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
There we go.
There we go.
I was saying so much.
I'm sorry.
It made me feel bad.
It made you feel bad.
You were decided a speech that could have ended the entire all war on Earth, but we can't get to that now because there'd be no time for it.
She left the altar because she knew deep down inside that Puss was still too in love with himself to ever be in such a in such a committed relationship.
Yeah. That technically kind of doesn't make a little sense to me because why would you be so hostile towards him? And like, I feel like, dude, you fucking, you left me.
I feel like there is sense to her hostility because it only just Puss leaving Puss not even attending, not even going inside, just really tells her that, like Puss is too egotistical to ever change his ways. Even when they first meet and before before the second act starts, she's just mocking him, making fun of him because she thought, it's still the same old Puss in Boots, the man in love with the legend, until it's realized that, and then she becomes a bit softer when he becomes a bit more introspective and down to earth. So I don't really see an issue there.
Okay.
Me.
Yeah, Kitty was alright. Oh, hey,
all she wanted was someone to trust.
Yeah.
You know when you complete an artwork and you're really proud of it in a moment, but now it's like an hour or two later and you're seeing all the flaws?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's like me even before I actually finish the thing.
I know that feeling. But I don't know. What does this say about Burrito? I feel like there's nothing really much to say other than he's
pure.
He's
Changus.
pure.
He's a tiny bulkhead.
Oh my gosh. I never thought of it that way till now, Nick.
I do want to mention that I was initially turned off by the film, not only because I thought to myself, a sequel to a spin-off that was mid. That was mid. But also just because I always kept seeing the trailer for other movies, and I'm like, wow, 2022 might as well just be the year where everyone sucked at making trailers.
No one fucking advertised their movies well. It's like, oh my gosh.
I miss trailers.
I miss trailers too.
Well, it also seems like the people who do go out of the way to make trailers are not even good at it, because like half the movies I've seen last year, where I initially dismissed because of their really terrible trailers, I ended up really liking because they were nothing like their terrible trailers. So,
advertisement in general just sucks.
Yeah, but no, like when I'm surprised by like Perito. I thought he was going to be like the annoying like
Same. But then it turns out, oh no, you're pretty nice.
Pure.
Oh, he's
I've only had Purito for a day, but if anything were to happen, I would kill everyone in the server and then myself.
Yeah. Speaking for someone who hasn't seen the movie, I tapped out at seeing Purito's scenes in a trailer, and I just went skip.
I wouldn't blame you.
Yeah.
Those were the scenes that made me cringe the most when I saw the trailer.
Showing the literal worst moments of the trailer. That's some bad advertising.
What does Purito even mean?
Dog.
Oh, it's just dog?
Yeah, they just call it dog. Or puppy.
Okay.
It was that they were like trying to figure out what a name for him was. Like they couldn't, like to them they just couldn't call Purito, Purito like forever.
Puppy, cause dog in Spanish is perro, or perra.
Perra. Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah.
Two things. One, they missed out on the name of the greatest name, Jeff. Second, Perro, es mi corazón, el gato, con senos, cilantro, entonces, hermoso cilantro, donde eso ni diablo. Yeah, I watched too much American Dad.
Let's see, what else who else?
Goldilocks.
Oh yeah, and the three bears. They were neat.
I think my favorite's the dad, just because.
Yeah, the dad's great too. Just, I do not have dingleberries. No, you do have dingleberries.
You do have dingleberries. Also, when a burrito swears at them.
Yeah, just the dad, the Papa Bear, just, I like him. Yeah, and the whole like, and there was that whole nice thing with Goldilocks and the bears. How I kind of like it how like the spin on the the usual like story with the three bears and Goldilocks. It's like, instead of like being shocked at like, oh my gosh, there's this blonde chick eating our stuff. Oh my gosh, it's like,
someone touched my spaghetti.
Someone touched my spaghetti. No, it's like, instead like, oh look at that, she's cute. Does she have any parents? I don't know. Let's keep her. Yeah, let's keep her.
We probably shouldn't tell her that we ate her parents.
But yeah, the three bears adopt Goldilocks into their family. So that was the whole dynamic with them, like trying to be, a better, closer family in the end. And that does, hit home a bit for me there. So, but yeah, I like Goldilocks and the three bears. And what else is there? I don't know. I think we said enough about John Mulaney as Jack Horner, though, because again, just nothing redeemable about him. But he's so cartoonishly evil. You can't help but just enjoy every moment he's on screen.
In that case, I think there's only one guy left.
Alright.
Major spoilers for this character.
Alright, hold on real quick. Woo! We got a spoiler alert! Super spoiler alert, alright? We'll tell you when, if you don't want to hear spoilers, I'll put down the spoiler tag thing on the screen down when we're done talking about spoilers, but in the meantime, if you don't want to hear spoilers, just mute us, and and then come back when we're done talking about spoilers. You got 3, 2, 1. You are no bounty hunter. You are death.
And I don't mean in metaphorical or poetically or theoretically or any other fancy way of saying it. I am death.
Straight up.
I've come for you.
Puss in Boots. Death!
I'm not gonna lie, this is probably my favorite interpretation of, like, the embodiment of death.
Yeah.
So fucking cool.
Oh. What's the matter? Lives flashing before your eyes?
Go ahead. Pick it up.
Pick
it up.
Go on. Pick it up. Pick it up.
Is that fear I smell?
I love the smell of fear. I've enjoyed the chase, Gato. But I think we've reached the end now. You and I. You gonna take the coward's way out? Run away to more lives? Or are you gonna fight?
Go ahead. Pick it up.
Pick it
up. Lies flashing before your eyes? No. Just this one.
I'm not a cat person. I find the idea of 9 lives absurd. And you didn't value any of them. So why don't I do us both a favor?
Death going looks at all cats. I find them offensive. 9 lives, too much.
Death with a picture of a cat. I don't like this painting other embodiments of other things. It's smug or mocks me.
It's evil. I find the idea of 9 lives absurd. And you didn't value any of them. So why don't I do us both a favor and take this last one now?
Cheating!
Shh.
Don't tell.
Wagamaras is it's smooth.
Yeah.
I also like how for Death, his usual weapons, it's they're sickles, but like a scythe, it's also a farming tool technically.
Yeah.
So I always find that's cool. That's neato. Death is just that one.
He has a brother.
What was his
that
brother?
Dresses up like a clown and wears and has 2 hammers.
But he's just that. There's that presence he has. Every time he's on screen, it's just ooh. All you need to do is just hear him whistle, and it's like ooh. And you know what also sells? It's always Puss's reaction to whenever he hears Death coming around. No, just absolutely, just does nothing but starts immediately running away. It's like, oh my gosh.
Puss, we need you to come and help I need you to help save Burrito. No thanks. I choose life.
I choose life. Corre, gatito.
I'm so fucking mad at myself. I know what's wrong with the fucking picture. It's that it looks like the on the color one at least. It looks like the eyelashes aren't the same thickness on one side, on one eye as the other, and that's just gonna drive me insane.
I suppose you could maybe chalk it up to perspective. I guess maybe then if you want to do like perspective.
No, because they were good with the non-colored version. And I messed up the thickness when I was doing the coloring.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to go back and redo it.
Alright. I just realized she has a mole. Huh.
Yeah.
Never saw that till now. But like
kind of camouflage is in there with the shadow.
But like, man, just. Oh, you gonna say something, Nod?
I was just gonna say, I came for an arrogant little legend who thought he was immortal, but I don't see him anymore.
Enjoy your life.
Puss in Boots, live it well. You know that we will meet again, right? Yeah, I love villains that are just like this force of nature.
Yeah. And technically, Puss didn't win. You didn't win against him.
He just more or less just was able to earn Death's respect.
Yep. Oh, and you know what? Just was able to just get out of the fight. I know I can't defeat you, Lobo, but I will not stop fighting for this life.
It's very I know Good, the Bad, and the Ugly was just a huge like story influence on the film, but it's oddly very Seven Seal, just where it's like there like the concept of beating death is an impossibility, but it's not the goal here. The goal here is not to beat death at his own game. The goal here is to
accept defeat,
and to make good with your life.
Yeah. Another theme is the idea of because one of the catchiest songs pretty much said, "Who is your favorite fearless hero?" In that like when they opened, like Puss was afraid, and one of the things he had to learn was to be, a fearless hero, quote unquote. You don't have to actually be, without fear, and it's not about being afraid of death, but being, willing to accept, is to not be afraid of the inevitability, essentially.
Who's brave and ready for trouble?
Who's so unbelievably humble?
You are. Yes. Who's the cat who rolls that dice and gambles with his life?
Who's the cat that
who's never touched by a blade? Puss in Boots is never afraid. He's the vein of justice, stands up against evil, fighting for the people, and he's very good looking. Who is your favorite fearless hero? Who is your favorite fearless hero? Yeah. Well, yeah, overall, I think I could put a spoiler image down, but like, overall, again, it's a movie, honestly, that I didn't have much expectations for, and after watching, it's like, oh, it's literally it was because like everyone on Twitter was like talking so much about the praise for it. I was like, all right, fine, I'll go check out what it is. It's
Like, guys, this movie?
you like this movie? It's
This movie that's getting everyone going. You guys need to see this. This is a sequel to a mid spin-off of Shrek. Mid.
it's like literally after like I was like, I don't like, okay, fine, I'll go check it out, and my reaction afterwards is just it's just staring at Vito's. Oh my god.
I get it.
I get it. I get it. It's just this image. Just I mean, I didn't cry, but but the point still stands. Like, I get it now.
I understand.
I get it now. So yeah, like if you ever had any doubts about a spin-off movie to Shrek, well then this movie is not gonna give you that doubts. Actually, also another thing is this movie also is good enough to stand alone on its own.
Yeah.
Like to the point actually that I didn't even I went in not knowing anything about the first movie, and I was still able to pretty much get everything. So
Yeah.
you don't have to watch the first movie because apparently it's mid.
It's not bad, but it's very mid.
It's mid. Alright then. So, but yeah, like if you have to see if you want to watch a spin-off to to Shrek, you can watch Puss in Boots 2: The Last Wish. Also, I guess they're maybe teasing possible Shrek 5, whatever
right.
number Shrek is.
You're right. You're right. Shrek 4.
Shrek 4?
Shrek 4.
Wait.
Because it
No,
went Shrek, Shrek 2, and Shrek Forever After.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Oh.
Yeah, that is right. Thanks, Nick.
Oh, I get it now. Okay. I never saw that movie.
Alright, but they still might title it just Shrek 5.
Yeah, I never saw the movie. Is the third Shrek really that bad?
It's very bad.
It's that bad. Okay. Erica says I thought the first Puss in Boots was good. I haven't seen it, so.
But it's mid.
It's very forgettable.
It is. Yeah.
Okay. But like this movie though.
The only thing I remember is that Zach Galifianakis played an egg.
Zach Galifianakis played an egg.
And I specifically remembered that so I could one day say that phrase.
But yeah, this movie though, the second Puss in Boots. Yeah. Also, I noticed like, they changed the art style, considerably compared to like, even like the Shrek movies.
Yeah, it's a very ancient art style in this.
Yeah, it's a lot more expressive too.
Yeah.
I love it because it does leave the very trashy parody that Shrek kind of ushered in, and it kind of just feels like its own thing.
The only thing I kind of wish they kept was Puss's little whisker mustache. Like if you see like how he looked in like the original Shrek movies, some of his whiskers form like a little mustache. I kind of wish they kept that. I don't know. I like the little Zorro mustache he's got going on there. I wish they kept that. But mm.
They got the guy who played Puss in Boots, played by the guy who played the remake of the guy of the thing that killed Batman's parents based off of. They weren't too much going Steve Mask of Zorro. That didn't really make it out after that.
Didn't make it out after that.
And so they got Antonio Banderas.
All right. You know, if the DC multiverse is real, then there's a Batman who watched this movie in Monarch Theater before going into Crime Alley.
Catman.
And it's not like Catman, like it's like a Catman from like Cherry Without Parents.
Yes, that's exactly what I was about to say.
Alright. It's getting late for me. I gotta head out.
Alright. Have a good night, Mastic.
Have a good night, Master.
Alright, it's just down to 3. But yeah, like, I don't know what else to say other than this is a really good movie. It surprised me. I genuinely did not have much expectations going into this movie, but now after watching it again, I get it now.
I do want to say one thing. I do say this, just as a thought that I've always had. Now that Universal technically owns 2 animation studios.
That's true.
I do kind of wish they did see they were to see a renewed competition with Disney.
Yeah,
because I feel like there is a bit of a a pain in the neck knowing that you do have something really promising with The Last Wish, and just this year we're going to get Trolls 3. It's like,
if that somehow manages to be amazing, that's when you know shit is going to be some. You gotta ask, what the fuck is going on? If it is somehow amazing, like people go, guys, you're not gonna believe this, but you guys need to see Trolls 3. I might actually, I actually start questioning some things about life.
Trolls 3 of all movies is the one we're gonna go, huh?
I just really want like sort of the to end this whole thing off. I want sort of like the DreamWorks schizophrenia to sort of go away. To just have like just have them be able to make great things. I want Kung Fu Panda to be sort of like to be that norm for the studio. Because if the House of the Mouse is going to be complacent and stagnant, I really feel like there should be at least one animation studio that feels the need to supply the public with something, you know, beautiful and meaningful.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind if they actually decide to re-release the first 3 Kung Fu Panda movies.
I would love to watch those movies in theaters again. I love the second Kung Fu Panda will always forever be like
Legendary.
one of my top 5 movies. That's just
that is a legendary movie.
Oh, we should watch Kung Fu Panda 2 again.
Yeah.
We should watch all the Kung Fu Panda movies again. I even like the third one a bit.
Yeah, me too.
It's definitely the weakest of the 3 movies, but I like it still.
Yeah.
Yeah. DreamWorks, keep doing what you're doing. Don't stop. I hope you don't stop, DreamWorks, please. This is a good. You got a good thing going on here. Like what even is like the? I have to ask, what even is like the most like recent thing from Disney animation wise?
It's a movie called Strange World.
And a Strange World.
Oh, wasn't that the movie where they just did buttfuck zero advertising for?
Yeah.
And then only at the last minute, in order to get, you know, desperately to grab people's, you know, people to get in seats, gays. Oh wow, Disney, wow, this is the the 5th time in a row this week that you've showed your first gay couple on screen.
So, I did rewatch Strange World again. I realized that, oh wow, the movie sure is hard to watch a second time around.
Really?
Because you know the you know what it's trying to say, the message behind it is really like just makes no sense. And the main character Searcher, I really didn't come to like a second time around. Because there is no I don't feel like there is a reason. They establish a good reason as to why he has this conflict with his father. But the Disney's 37th first gay character, I actually think they did that pretty well.
Oh.
Because there's
Jake Gyllenhaal?
Yeah.
Alan Tudyk?
Yeah.
Well, Alan Tudyk's a given since he's pretty much in every Disney movie.
But still though, like, you already got 2 big names there. Especially Jake Gyllenhaal. I mean, come on, he's still popular enough from Spider-Man. You know, keep that train going. You know, I was like, guys, we got Mysterio from Spider-Man in our Disney animation movie. Come watch it.
I do want to mention there's a really cute scene where when the grandson, I think his name was Mason. I'm sorry. He was talking to his grandfather. He was talking to the grandfather. And he was like, he was telling him advice about, about how to woo someone. And so the grandfather initially thought it was a girl. But then he did, the grandson did correct him, and they didn't make a big deal about it. He just go, oh, oh, it's no problem then. If you want to convince this fellow to be your, and convince this fellow to be steady with you, you gotta save him. I think really the kind of annoying thing about that scene is just the idea that they're they want to paint the grandfather as being this kind of irresponsible risk-loving man. So he just told he essentially just told the grandson, because he's like, the grandfather's just telling the grandson, put your love interest in mortal danger and then save them. That's how you can get them. It's like, that's coercion. And I was like, I get it. Yeah, it's sorry, it's not. It wasn't as.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Long story short, DreamWorks, keep doing what you're doing, because Disney's clearly not doing it.
You could actually be winning this time.
You could win this time, DreamWorks. This is your chance. You could actually win now. All right, come on. Puss in Boots is a good first step. Keep it up. Yeah, just come on, DreamWorks. Come on. You gotta keep it up. Let's keep it up. Let's keep it up, guys. I mean, it's yeah. Let's go. Let's run that DreamWorks train. Whoop whoop. Yeah. I don't really know what else to say about that. It's just yeah. Go watch this movie. Go watch this movie. Chelsea says the bad guy's doing good. So is Puss in Boots. Who produced that movie again? The bad guys.
DreamWorks.
Oh. Well, there you go. That's another right step. See, that's another right step in the right direction. I think this movie is better, but still though, that was actually a pretty good movie, fun movie too. And come on.
It's got Sam Rockwell.
It's got Sam Rockwell. Come on. Let's keep that train going. Let's keep it going, DreamWorks.
It's got Alex Borstein as someone other than Lois Griffin.
Changus, you might like the Snake, Mr. Snake more. I tell you this. He plays Randall and Harvey Beaks. I made you those dresses for whoever you would marry someday, but you never got married. Go to sleep, Ma!
Go to sleep, Ma! So yeah, come on, DreamWorks Animation Studio, let's go. Because the next movie we're talking about, well, their animation studio is dead. So
now I am sad.
To be fair though, Nick, they're only dead. To be fair though, it didn't help that they were just pumping out one Ice Age movie after another.
Yeah, it was like every movie they got to do what they wanted, and then they had to make an Ice Age movie.
They had to make an Ice Age movie. So anyways, Nod, is this movie technically now a Disney movie? Because Rio was made by Blue Sky Studios and Disney bought them.
Yeah, by virtue of legality, yes.
Ah. So what do you think about? So nah, what you think about the movie about the birds that are actually kind of now,
Did you do the transition, Changus?
Which transition?
You know, the one
I don't know.
It was Chance. I need you need. I told you last night to make a transition.
I was really tired last night, Nick.
Changus. You spent Changus. It was the most replayed part of that clip.
Hold on. Oh. Here, you know what? Let me fix that real quick. I'll just look up that scene. I'll just look up that scene. Hold on. No. Hold on. Okay, I found the scene. Give me a second. There we go. I'll show this. I'll show this to chat here. No. Here we go. Most replayed scene. Here we go.
There we go.
Let's watch that in slow-mo.
There we go.
Let's watch that in slow motion. Oh my gosh. Children's movie. This movie was meant for kids. Here, are you happy now, Nick?
Yes.
Alright. So now what do you think about the movie about pretty much
The birds that are no longer even alive in the wild.
yeah. We're just kind of
They're still around technically, but only through captivity.
it's kind of fucked up that the movie is all about repopulating that species. And then in real life just no, they're only alive in captivity.
Well,
we're trying, but it's kind of a slow process at the moment.
well, to put a very positive note, while the Spix Macaw still has a extinct in the wild classification, they did release one
Ooh.
in a controlled
Environment?
yeah, a controlled environment within Rio. And that because they're for the first time I think last year, there has been 3 born in the wild.
Ooh.
Progress.
Let's go.
So hopefully, hopefully, with all the right conditions, they can be brought out of. They can be brought right into the middle.
I find that funny because you said 3 new birds of the species was born in wild because the second real movie they had 3 children. So they had 3 children born in the wild. Oh my gosh, these guys were prophets.
So,
But they're not as good as me. Because I predicted that fucking episode.
That's true. So,
You want to know what I also predicted?
he also predicted Sonic NPCs dying.
I was just fucking kidding.
Alright, but so Nat, what do you think overall of this movie?
Changus, Nick, I watched Rio, a movie.
What kind of movie, or is it just movie?
So, it's a movie, Changus. You guys could be telling me, like with a gross sense of curiosity and probably fear, not? Why didn't you watch? Why didn't you watch like Robots, or Horton Hears a Who, or the Peanuts movie, or even Spies in Disguise?
Why didn't you?
Well, I sort of got strangely reminiscent about Rio,
Alright.
because it was a movie I watched during that small period of history where Blockbuster was still alive.
Wow.
Wow.
And they had the competing with Netflix. Well, the sort of not competing with Netflix, but also like copying a bit of Netflix's model at the time. Where they just have a way for you to to get movies by the mail.
Now, I say this with love, but how is it that for a man about our age, you somehow come off across as so much older?
Younger than us, by like a couple months, but still younger.
Like you talk about like, oh man, it reminds me of the good old days with the VHS Blockbuster. I used to rent them out all the times. Like, how do you manage to come across so old?
Well, the thing is, guys, is that I'm secretly an 83-year-old man in a young person's body.
Wow.
Like, I feel like I'm at the end of my life, even before it started.
Wow, I thought that technology was only reserved for politicians.
Oh.
So I decided to, just so out of curiosity, I just decided to rewatch Rio, because it's a movie that I wasn't as I hadn't remembered as well as I did. I think the first memory I've had was just like the first time they get to Rio with that that really good pop song and the very impressive at the time animation. So I rewatched. I rewatched Rio. Within the month. I just have to say, this movie has aged like milk.
Is it because the birds were almost got extinct?
Well, not that, but it just comes from it's just in general, like like removing itself from like just the real life extinction drama with the Spix Macaw. It's just like the entire film embodies mid.
Alright.
Like, so a bit of a synopsis to all of you who we're probably born too young, probably born a bit later, or never really went out to see this movie. So Rio is the story of a Spix Macaw by the name of Blue. Very original name.
Should call him Jesse.
Well, he does. It's actually revealed in the film he does have a first name. His full name is Tyler Blue Gunderson.
Believe you.
I'm like, why didn't you just call him Tyler?
I'll call him Jesse. Blue Eisenberg.
I will say this again. I know it's Jesse Eisenberg, but I like to call it Michael Sarah Bird. I think the idea is way funnier.
Well, I need to now say this joke because we already brought it up. So it is a blue macaw named Blue, voiced by Jesse Eisenberg, doing his best Michael Cera impression. Da 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 da. They might as well be the same person.
And somehow he gets laid with Anne Hathaway.
Okay, he at a very young age, Blue gets pilfered. That is a very fun word. From his home in Rio de Janeiro, and lands up in a small city in Minnesota, the complete opposite of the standard tropical climate that a Spix macaw should thrive in. But that's beside the point. He gets found by a little girl, and she raises him. Fast forward all the way to adulthood, a eccentric, for some reason, doctor traveled all the way from Rio to convince Blue and his owner to accompany him back so that he may save the species by mating with another macaw, who is Jewel, voiced by Anne Hathaway.
I before you continue, I just got reminded. I believe it was actually because of this movie and Alpha and Omega that Pixar canceled their plans of making a movie that was essentially these two endangered animals need to fuck so we could save the species.
Yes, you're right. That movie was called Newt. It had the very same premise as Rio. They never really confirmed it outright, but just the way John Lasseter sort of described it was, they couldn't do this anymore because another movie in a similar vein was released, which makes it funny.
When you remember the Bug Life story.
Well, not only the Bug Life story, but also just Rio itself. because the original concept for this film, by the director himself, who is a native to Rio. So it comes somewhat from a personal place. The original concept he had for the film that he workshopped back in 2007 was that a penguin would have washed up onto Rio de Janeiro for some reason, until someone told him, because he was probably under a rock for most of that time. In the past 2 years, there's already been 2 movies that involved penguins. one of them being Happy Feet, and the other being the very, very similar Surf's Up.
Surf's Up.
That was actually a really good movie.
Yeah.
It was. I did like
Got
that.
John Heder and Jeff Bridges and Diedrich Bader. Awesome.
Also had Shia LaBeouf.
Shia LaBeouf.
Before he went crazy.
Shia LaBeouf.
Being stopped by Hollywood superstar Shia LaBeouf.
Shia LaBeouf.
So you know, the director thought, well, shit, I have to come up with a new concept now. So in the last minute, he just thought, oh, the macaw, which, you know, believe it or not, the Spix macaw has just been, ever since we found their existence in like 1901, they've always been considered such a rare bird because of deforestation, but also because like Rio has such a naturally hostile environment filled with like snakes and monument.
Rio sounds like a wonderful place. Why did we leave? All right, everything.
Like there's a monkey species that would like routinely just raid their nests and kill their young. So the Spix macaw has always just been like a species that has had a very early dodo status until you know very early in like near the beginning of the 2010s decade, there's the attempts to try to revive the species. So they just decided, you know what, let's the very last minute, let's just go to the zoo. Let's go examine the macaws, and we'll go make that. We'll go make the Brazil movie with them.
Let's go make that Brazil movie.
So,
How'd that go?
It looks pretty. Yeah.
That I agree. That we can agree. I'm just looking at that one GIF again.
Oh my gosh, Nick.
Dang, it's the most replayed part of the movie for a reason.
I know.
So the original rating for Rio was PG because the MPAA objected to what they considered as some off-color humor, and which prompted like 20th Century Fox and Blue Sky to contest it and to have it reevaluated again, whereupon it got its G rating. So there is potentially a PG cut.
I wonder what that would look like.
A lot more bird fucking.
Oh my gosh.
Hey, it's just the image of the two birds on top of each other.
Oh my goodness.
let me finally let me as it were, let me kill two birds with one stone here.
All right.
Pun intended. This movie feels like it's only ever doing the bare minimum. Blue and Jewel are barely characters.
Oh.
Blue is just Jesse Eisenberg. he his entire character just seems like he does that whole like shy boy stuttering and the type of boy who's very emotional. That feels like what his character is. Jules has even less of a character because she's just the strong independent fish that need no bicycle.
They need no bicycle.
So throughout the entire movie, she's just really like hostile towards a lot of people because she wants to be free. She wants to go out and be free and fly. Oh yeah, I forgot. For some reason, Jesse Eisenberg, Blue, cannot fly. Which like an avian creature that can't fly is like a is like a predator that can't hunt.
Might as well be dead.
Might as well be dead. Yeah.
Todd and Huber are looking at you like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Oh, okay. I am generalizing here. I really don't get that.
Dang, I guess penguins don't deserve to live.
Penguin.
We don't deserve to live, and we're taking everyone with us.
Penguins had it good for too long.
They had it coming.
Chase, both of you guys, I want to remind you that in Unbelievable Squid Guy, the story I'm trying to, one day, develop. There's a group of ninja penguins. That's basically just the hand, but they're penguins.
They're penguins.
That's the joke.
Are they called the flipper?
No, they're called the penguinja.
The penguinja.
That's good, Rosa.
That's great. We are the penguinja.
Penguinja is supreme. You have stolen the golden penguinja. Why did you do that? I have to reform the Amazing Squid Guy just sitting there with his Garfield phone.
Yes, that's canon now. Squid Guy has a Garfield phone. By the way, his roommate is a scarecrow.
His roommate is a scarecrow.
A living scarecrow. He just came alive one day.
Yeah. He's got a brain, but it doesn't make everything easier.
Doesn't make anything easier.
I'm still quite sad about things.
So, Blue can't fly. It's sort of a conflict throughout the movie. It's sort of not.
Fucking pathetic.
Pathetic. But like, they have the bare minimum. You know, it's like they kind of just exist because Blue's fear of flight, I guess. It's like it's barely elaborated on to why he really can't fly, other than just like the hand wave excuse of, oh, he's a domestic bird, so like, you know, he doesn't know stuff that, you know, that birds, you know, birds in the wild know. But Blue was born in the wild. This isn't like
Did the shipping truck he was in give him amnesia? Pretty sure that cage rattled around a little bit.
I guess, but it's also amazing to believe. It's like this is essentially just because this is just essentially just a shittier version of Madagascar 2.
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh, that's right!
It's just a shittier version of Madagascar.
Because I want to watch that movie again. If only just for a plane crash scene. I love that scene so much, Angus.
It's great.
Because it's like, you know, they both explore the idea of like just, you know, two animals who were originally taken from their homes and spend most of their lives in captivity. But with Alex, it made kind of sense because they essentially just trained him to forget everything he's ever, you know, his life, which, you know, it's implied that he's sort of like a baby in the earlier scenes. So there's not a lot he would remember it, but you know, there are still some things he would remember. Blue is sort of the same way, but Blue seems to have some sort of amnesia because, you know, he doesn't recognize that, you know, he used to dance to.
Oh yeah,
you know,
they dance.
Yeah, he used to dance. It, like this film kind of feels like. This film kind of does feel like a Happy Feet ripoff at times. Cause
man, where's James Cameron when you need him? James Cameron's gotta do what James Cameron does because James Cameron's James Cameron.
Wait, Happy Feet wasn't James Cameron.
Was it?
No, it was George Miller.
Oh, never mind, George Miller.
The guy made the Max films.
I don't know. To be fair, sometimes directors kind of blur together. At least for me.
I'm still dumbfounded that the guy who made all the Mad Max movies made the fucking Dancing Penguin movies. All of them.
All of them.
And he also directed, you know, Babe 2, Pig in the City.
Babe 2, City.
So like you know, Blue gets magical plot amnesia. He forgets everything, and so like the entire movie is kind of just him kind of relearning a bit about his roots and all that stuff. Like, I think what the one thing I kind of find funny about Rio in general is it's a film called Rio, and it takes place in Rio, but that's about it.
That's about it.
It could be replaced with any other jungle.
Yeah, and it's like, oh, you know, like it. They don't really go into like for a film that, you know, where the director is a native to Rio. They barely go into, like, you know.
The Smiling Friends special had more of Brazil than the fucking movie about Brazil.
Are you?
And they didn't even leave the airport.
Are you tourists? Huh? Are you tourists?
Are you
Worse.
Can give me money? No, I'm not giving you anything, man. Okay, have a good day. You too. Man, did you fucking see that guy? I said he was gonna fucking stab me or something.
I saw you flinch. I still can't believe I predicted that.
It would just be in the airport all episode.
So like the only thing about, like, you know, about, like, culture, you know, the only thing of culture that gets brought up about Rio is, you know, they the same time they go over to Rio is also the start of Carnival.
Woo! Carnival!
Carnival! Which, like, it more or less is like, oh, you know, here's a cultural you know, it's less of, oh, here's a cultural festival that we celebrate because of yada 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 yada. It's really just set up more so that in the third act, the villains can make their grand escape in this huge set piece that we design, and that's about it. Like, another thing would be, you know, just you know, they're a South American, they're a South American country that likes, you know, that likes soccer. Whoopee! It's like an English country that likes booze.
Likes booze. Did you know, Brian, that in Ireland, and there's more drunks per capita than people? Don't be ridiculous, as Peter. I'm pretty sure that's just a negative stereotype.
Don't drink as much as they do.
Yeah, the airport is just filled with bottles.
Also, I am so glad you said soccer instead of football, because that's what it is.
Oh, I see. We're establishing American dominance here.
Of course.
Okay, then.
Hey, Changus, like, here in the, you know, here in 2 Cents podcast, I'm making a stand. I ain't accepting Qatari blood money.
On this Twitch channel, we are American. It's soccer, damn it.
It's soccer. Also, soccer is just a fun word to say.
Yeah.
Like,
hey, Nod, aren't you Cuban?
I am.
Cuban man goes, it's soccer.
Soccer. It's not football. You know, it doesn't have, you know, a non-committal U in it. It's soccer. But it's like, yeah, like that's as far as relevance Rio has to anything, other than the paper thin plot about needing to save a species.
Alright, Jesse Eisenberg, you need to have sex with Anne Hathaway so the species can continue to thrive.
One thing I actually want to mention really quick is when they approached. So originally the initial choice for Blue was Neil Patrick Harris, which.
For a split second, I thought you were gonna say Michael Cera, and not gonna lie, that would have made my fucking day.
I think Neil Patrick Harris would have aged like I don't know, it would probably age just as bad, considering it's not really into the woman anymore.
Well, yeah, but like the film is for some reason a musical.
Is it a good musical?
It's decent. Like I like that opening Rio song. They have the award nominated what do you call it? Real in Rio song, which I do have a funny thing to say about that, because the year that song was nominated is the year that the Oscars decided, you know what, fuck it, we're not going to give any more, like, instead of the usual like 5 or 6 entrants, we're just gonna nominate 2, and that's it. And so that song, that song got beat out by Man or Muppet from the Muppet movie. I'm like, you know what? Good. The Muppet movie is way better. So what do you call it? Initially I thought they were gonna have. Initially, this was going to be the type of movie where it's like, oh, we hired all these famous singers to be in the cast so that we can load it up with soundtrack. Load up the soundtrack with.
Whoa! People. Famous singer Jesse Eisenberg.
Jesse Eisenberg. Fortunately, he only gets one song, and it's at the end. So you could just skip it. You don't have to listen to it.
You don't want to hear Jesse Eisenberg sing?
He sounds flatter than my little sister.
And now that you have a figure that is as flat as my little sister, you have the audacity to complain about it.
It's my qualm, not a deal breaker.
No, it is clear that I've defeated you in intellectual combat. Hand over your channel and your ass.
So like there are people here who can there are people who can sing that do make up the cast, primarily just the 2 I guess like comedy relief characters who are voiced by Jamie Foxx and Will.i.am.
Will.i.am.
Which is just William, but if he's going through a really pretentious midlife crisis, well, no, if he's going through a really pretentious identity crisis, that was the correct referring. Yeah, it's like, they have a background in music, so it kind of makes sense. And because they sing the majority of the songs in the movie, because Anne Hathaway, she has done musicals before. She doesn't really get to sing until the end. So it's like the two leads, don't sing in a musical. like I feel like we're really stretching the definition here. So oh my god, his plot with the fact that he could fly is kind of like it's barely it's barely fleshed out, and towards the end he just does it because reasons. And also the romance, the relationship between the two is just there.
It's there.
It's they get like. Oh, you're gonna say something, Nick?
Nope.
Oh, okay. They have just a couple of scenes where they're supposed to be like lovey-dovey with each other, but they almost feel like they're in a vacuum. Because they're also like conjoined with the scenes where she starts becoming a bit racist towards him. Because,
I don't remember that part.
well, because like
Racist.
I say racist, but it's like it's Jesse Eisenberg, prefers prefers the life of just being a domestic animal. Throughout the entire movie, she's sort of just mocking him and calling him a pet as pejorative. I'm like, oh, okay. It's like
Jesse Eisenberg, it doesn't matter how you feel about her right now. You guys need to have sex to reproduce.
You guys don't have to care about each other. Just fucking be done with it.
We're not asking you to be in a relationship. Just have sex. Just repopulate your species.
I also forgot to mention, it's like when they couldn't get Neil as the voice. After other candidates, they actually did go to like Jesse Eisenberg.
Only then did they go to Jesse Eisenberg. Just look, Jesse, Neil doesn't want to be with us. Can you? Do you want to do it with us?
Well, they, there were so many other people before Jesse, because around the time where they were doing voiceover was around the time where Jesse himself was a part of another project around the same time. It's a little film called The Social Network.
Ah.
Which he agreed to take the role because it gave him it gave him a bit of a hopeful respite compared to the joyless character that he was playing. Which is still amazing. It amazes me that movie was allowed to come out.
I don't know how I feel about that. Just, wow. It's a movie.
Oh, wait, what did you say?
Oh, what were you saying now?
No, you said, oh, wow, it's a movie.
I thought we were still talking about Rio.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. My God. I got everything confused.
Oh.
Because I'm trying not to talk about Rio. But like the movie is dull, save for the best character in the film, because he's played by my all-time favorite, one of my all-time favorite bands, Flight of the Conchords, Jermaine Clement.
Yeah.
And that character is Nigel, a fire-crested, an amber-crested cockatoo, who is just really like, he is just really like evil. Just
evil.
He's evil. He's simply a bastard. Because
is he at least enjoyable evil?
Yes, he is.
All right.
Because like he was a popular TV and film star until a pretty bird stole his job, and that's why he hates all the pretty birds. And there's an entire scene where the two henchmen that the two poacher henchmen are trying to feed him. It's trying to feed, they feed him a chicken leg. So he, something that he feigns almost attacking him to just start munching on the chicken leg like it was nothing. So it's like, yeah, like he's just Nigel's just deliciously evil, and he's the best part of this very forgettable movie. But all that aside, George Lopez is in this.
He's in it.
Oh yeah, it really feels like he doesn't really have much to do other than just
he's there.
Other than just to be the type of just to be the guy who can bring them to Tracy Morgan, who is a pit bull, who has a animalistic desire to want to eat the birds. That's his joke.
You sound so unenthusiastic now. Just that's the joke.
It's like it was an hour or 34 minutes. Felt kind of long because I wasn't laughing. It felt very childish and not in a good way. Yeah, like every time Nigel wasn't on screen, I just just really didn't care.
You didn't care.
I don't know what to say other than like, Rio is a film that you can really tell that its positive critical reception came from the fact that it looked pretty. Everyone on the cast read their lines in an acceptable way. And the music is very nothing for the story or the characters, just everything, everything that everything that just everything that's just so that's what they call auxiliary.
Maybe I should have asked you to talk about Insidious instead. We could talk about Darth Maul Demon.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Because the whole thing right now is just, it's a movie. It's like, wow, this movie is worse than I remember.
It's like I was the one who had to see it.
I'm so sorry, not. You have my sympathy.
Like Change, you shouldn't feel sad for me because again, it's like Blue Sky, a studio who constantly beat a dead horse with one idea and had a handful of really good films under their belts that they were able to make because they kept beating that dead horse. Because there was a point where I could have watched those other movies, those other actually really good movies that they made. But then I decided I wanted to watch Rio.
You decided I'm gonna watch Rio instead.
So this is my fault. I am claiming responsibility.
I see.
I do not recommend you watch Rio. Watch the Peanuts.
Watch Peanuts.
Yeah, watch the Peanut movie, or Robots, or Horton Hears a Who, which is very underrated. It's because that film specifically is one of those like. It's one of those films where it's like, Illumination's going to shit the bed with the Lorax. But this is a very faithful adaptation of the original story. It actually has a lot of new things they add. That makes it a bit like a bit more pleasant to watch. And of course, like the very last film as a company, Spies in Disguise. Like, it is actually really, good.
Oh.
It's just, just as a pure, sit back and relax sort of comedy. That's does superb job. But Blue Sky and Fox, we're both bought by white slavers, as George Lucas once said.
That's what George Lucas once said. Was this before or after he sold his baby to them?
It was during.
It was during. So it's like, oh man, Disney, like white slavers. Anyways, you want Star Wars, Disney?
It's like, it's like George, you agreed to do this for money.
For money, George. This is your own fault.
Why are you making the white slavers comparison? Like they just came on, like they hired a black ops team to invade Skywalker Ranch and take the deed from Star Wars away from your hands.
George Lucas is a fascinating man.
He is.
Nick, do you still have that image you made like way back? Where?
No.
Oh no! Dang it! I'm gonna have to find a way to recreate it then. Just it was when you were doing the whole, shockwave. Shockwave manipulates history and just.
Guys would have to.
Ah. All right then. But then there he is, just. Do it, George. Sign the deal.
Sign the deal, George.
Do it, George. It's for the greater good.
So that's it. Yeah. This experience taught me that nostalgia is a very worthless thing.
Aww.
And no one should ever indulge in it.
Aw. Well, I was gonna say something to argue against that, but then I remembered. No, nostalgia was made me watch Revenge of the Fallen again yesterday. 2 hours into the movie, and I had to wait 2 hours of that movie to finally get to. I am directly below. Enemy scrotum.
The enemy scrotum.
I had to wait 2 hours for that. I just love how. John Turturro sees the Great Pyramids of Giza, weeps because of its sheer beauty. Alright, John, let's start filming. I'm directly below the enemy scrotum.
Alright, John, for this scene, it's gonna be a huge set of pendulum balls right above you. We're gonna add that, in post. But you're going to say right into your video there that you're
directly below the enemy scrotum.
Enemy scrotum.
Oh my gosh, I thought you made that comment after episode 7 was made. I have no idea.
I guess. I just No, I think what's more important is the fact he made the comment to begin with.
When he was the one who sold the Star Wars. Oh. Alright. Alright. Oh, that's it then. That's pretty much a wrap of all our topics. Man, I'm sorry to think Brazil wasn't worth the trip. Oh well. Oh shit, I saw Serena earlier in the chat a bit. Oh dang. Serena, are you still here? Serena? Jesse, is she still here? Or did she leave? Because sometimes she leaves. Like, she'll just pop in and say hi and she'll leave. I think she left. Ah. Alright then. Alright. But yeah, that was... You know, Brazil's a silly place. Let's not go to it again. Alright. You know what? I feel like maybe what I should have done is, if we're gonna make this like a whole Brazil thing, I should have talked about Kyoryuger, the Super Sentai. Because, like, they use a lot of, like, Brazilian, like, especially the carnival theme as, like, a aesthetic. So I should probably talk about that instead. And then you could have talked about Puss in Boots, Nick, but, you know, it would have been both of us still. But, yeah. That's right, Chelsea. Tomorrow is Shadow. Are you ready, Not?
My body is ready, Changus.
Your body is ready. Alright. You have to play that game 10 times, Not. You understand that, right? You have to play that game 10 times.
Yeah.
Alright then. Well, we have plenty of content for Sonic Sundays now, Nick. He has to play it 10 times. Alright. So, yeah, so tomorrow will be Shadow the Hedgehog. Woo! So, look forward to that. I don't need you anymore, royalty-free jazz. Get out of here. We're done with you. So, yeah. Alright. So, any last words, you two?
You know, if we can get all our money together, we could probably at least be able to get our flight back.
That's true. Maybe I'll call Matchstick when he wakes up, see if he has anything to help us. Maybe, you know, he can at least book a hotel for us. Alright, what about you, Not? Any last words?
I went through that entire this discussion without making fun of the Boppy's name.
Do you want to make fun of him now?
Do I?
Do you?
I do. I'm so glad we left Brazil because I would have gotten executed.
Alright. Alright. So tomorrow's Shadow the Hedgehog. Hold on to your butts. So that's it then. Thank you everyone who came. And we'll see you tomorrow. Good night.